Excuse me.
Yeah, how are you?
I'm very well.
Good.
You okay?
We already saved you from, or you are holding.
Colleagues, could I invite you to please take your seats? We will start in 1 minute. Thank you.
Je suis venue parce que j'étais là pour des raisons personnelles en fait. Et du coup, je me suis dit, quand vous étiez invité, on allait se voir ici.
Bah, quel plaisir.
Merci beaucoup de
Non, c'est un plaisir.
Noella is one of my favorite people in UNDP.
Yes.
Very happy she is in Morocco. She's wonderful.
Yeah.
Bah écoute, merci beaucoup et puis c'était...
I need to sit down. Am I in a reserve?
Or, actually, I think these turn. Colleagues, could I please ask you to take your seats? We will start imminently. Thank you so much.
My name is Prosper.
Good morning, colleagues. I think we have some seats nearer the front if there's people that want to sit nearer the front. But in any case, I will start the meeting now. Good afternoon to those of us joining online. Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues and partners. Welcome to the United Nations Development Programme's 2026 Annual Meeting on Rule of Law and Human Rights. My name is Sarah Rattray. I'm the Interim Co-Director of Governance, Peace Building and Rule of Law, and it's my privilege to be your mistress of ceremonies for the next couple of days. Yes. Before we begin, a couple of housekeeping announcements. We have a large number of people joining us online, and we have interpretation in Arabic, French and Spanish. Could a colleague please confirm the channel numbers for the interpretation? And there are interpretation headsets at the back of the room, so please avail yourself of interpretation. We will have speakers joining from around the world, speaking in a number of languages today, and technical support is available throughout at the back of the room. For those joining online, please click the globe icon on the bottom of your screen to select your preferred language. 1 is English, 2 is Arabic, 3 is Spanish, and 4 is French. So I hope that's clear for everyone using interpretation. Thank you. So we're delighted to welcome you to New York and on those joining us online from around the world. Over the next 3 days, this meeting will bring together member states, distinguished national partners, justice and security leaders, civil society representatives and development practitioners from UNDP and across the UN system to explore how rule of law, human rights, local action and peace building can help secure development in an increasingly fragmented world. This is a very timely topic as we are convening a profoundly challenging moment where business as usual is no longer an option. The world faces an unprecedented convergence of compounding crisis. 1 in 6 people were exposed to conflict over the past year. 117 million remain forcibly displaced worldwide, and the global economic impact of violence has reached 20 trillion. Human rights are under extraordinary pressure. The challenge to our common global values is evident. We're witnessing democratic backsliding, the weakening of international frameworks, and a global governance crisis. And we're still confronted by the stark reality that over 5 billion people, 2/3 of the global population, lack meaningful access to justice, meaningful access to legal aid, and a fair trial. Without security and rule of law, sustainable development cannot take root. As UNDP, our goal is not to manage crisis response, but to fundamentally transform the systems that create them. And this is where our global programme for rule of law and human rights comes in. We are currently finishing our 4th phase of the global programme, and since January have been implementing phase 5, which has an expanded focus, connecting local action, locally led approaches, conflict prevention and peace building as part of phase 5, in addition to our focus on justice, security, human rights and business and human rights. The idea being to deliver demand-driven and context-specific solutions. This annual meeting will showcase some of our phase 4 results, but we will also be looking ahead at phase 5 and the current challenges as well as possibilities. Prior to getting to the thematic discussions that we have planned over the next 2 days and country-focused discussions, we have the distinct privilege to hear from key leaders in our high-level opening, and I would like to thank them all for being present with us today. Before this, we will play a short video highlighting some of the work, the results and the impact from a select number of UNDP country offices that have been supported through phase 4 of the global programme. This is not all-encompassing, but rather a short example of some of the work that the global programme has been able to support, with great thanks to our partners and donors. Thank you.
Successful reforms are game changers. They redefine how people experience safety, justice, and rights. Courts, no longer distant or bureaucratic, but accessible, fair, and digital. Police, not defined by force or fear, but trusted to serve and protect. Businesses that realize human rights are not a financial burden, but a road to competitiveness. Justice, not a privilege. Human rights, not on paper, but lived reality, every day for all.
I'm here in Burkina Faso, where people are kind, the heat is rampant, and the situation is difficult. One man told me that his entire village had been recently displaced following a deadly attack by an armed group. And yet, over the years, the country has progressed in improving justice delivery, access to services, and social cohesion. First, special observatories resolve community disputes. They use mediation that is locally accepted. Sometimes it is even based on humor and jokes shared by some ethnic groups. Next, digitalization. It used to take weeks, months, plus travel costs to obtain the certificates required to access employment or education. Now it takes minutes online. Finally, the criminal justice reform. The magistrates say that the time to adjudicate a criminal case has reduced from up to 10 years to a few months. Burkina Faso is a strong example where UNDP's holistic approach and collaboration with partners brought tangible change and improved access to human rights, justice, and services.
Crisis strips people of safety and security. Services disappear. Protection needs multiply. People flee their homes. Families get separated. Violence escalates. These realities cannot wait. Access to justice, human rights, and services becomes a lifeline. In Ukraine, as well as in Malawi, Nigeria, and Peru, UNDP strengthens national human rights institutions, often the first to respond when people's rights are curtailed.
We are facing massive violations of human rights, and we have the capacity to respond. We have expanded our presence across the country, and we understand the real needs thanks to UNDP's support that is built on data.
In the state of Palestine, UNDP and partners under the joint Savasia program delivered legal aid, representation, mediation, and psychosocial support to more than 34,000 people, mostly women and children.
لدرجة إنه برضو إنه حصلت كمان مستحيل كنت إنه أحصل منه شوية من المبلغ اللي مني من مهر حقي جابت لي إياه برضو وخلصنا هيك على طلاق. برنامج سواسية أعطاني حريتي وخلاني أفكر في حالي وفي مستقبلي لقدام.
Amid crisis, as well as in developing settings, UNDP has expanded its business and human rights offer to over 50 countries and territories, from the state of Palestine and Ukraine to Brazil, Ghana, and India. In Tunisia, 5 fish processing companies adopted worker protection charters, setting a new benchmark and inspiring others to follow.
كرامتها محفوظة. حسيت بقيمتي، حسيت بهيبتي، حسيت عندي قيمة، عندي فالير، حسيت روحي معناها كأني في عائلة.
Justice going digital has been a global breakthrough. Virtual courts in Pakistan improved access to justice for almost 1 million people. In the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Kenya, Liberia, State of Palestine and beyond, digital innovations accelerated justice delivery.
Through the mobile application, you can just click on the link and join the court processes, court sessions using the mobile device. So if you're a witness, you can give your, witness statement through the mobile application.
Development can only take root when people feel safe and secure. From Iraq, Mali and Somalia to South Sudan, Armenia and Fiji, across the Balkans and the Caribbean, UNDP stands with national partners to drive security sector reform, community policing and small arms control. One example is the Salient Partnership, co-led by UNDP and the UN Office for Disarmament Affairs on small arms control and armed violence reduction.
Crime is a real issue on a personal level. When we look at the statistics, it's not only numbers, these are persons. These are persons' lives. These are children, they're women, they're fathers, there's community. And I think Salient was very critical in looking at that, even in providing for the violence audits. It's one thing to know that somewhere is violence, it's another thing to understand the violence.
Strong rule of law, fair and accountable institutions, access to human rights, justice and services are critical for peace and security. Securing development is key to managing today's risks and building a more stable future.
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure now to hand over to the Assistant Administrator and Director of UNDP's Crisis Bureau, the Assistant Secretary General, Ms. Shoko Noda, to moderate the high-level panel. Thank you, Shoko.
Thank you very much, Sarah, and very good morning, good afternoon, distinguished guests, excellencies, and development partners, colleagues, and also friends. I'm delighted to once again welcome you all to the 2026 annual meeting on rule of law and human rights. It is a privilege to chair this vital gathering. Once again, it's my third time, and I'm thrilled to have you all join us. So thank you very much. A cornerstone of UNDP's crisis approach is the belief and the fact that the development cannot pause until the guns fall silent, or these days the drones stop flying, or the floods water recede. And I have seen people right after their communities, their houses were destroyed, they start rebuilding it. That's the, I think, human nature. And we would like to ensure that the local economies survive and thrive, governance structure do not completely collapse. The foundation for recovery are laid even while the crisis itself is still unfolding. As the nature of crisis becomes more complex and interconnected, our response must become more sophisticated. Our emphasis on prevention and preparedness, response and recovery, and transition and transformation. This is the way that now we are articulating UNDP's work in crisis. This emphasis allows us to deploy targeted interventions to prevent violent conflict, inactive conflicts, and then protracted crises. And then we see more and more protracted crises around the world. So we stay and we deliver together with all of you. This is what we are doing through UNDP's new crisis action agenda, also the global program on rule of law, human rights, and justice for peace, security, and development. The global program is entering its 5th phase, which emphasizes preventing and responding to crisis worldwide. We are providing that development cannot wait for crisis to end. Through our integrated approach, UNDP is keeping local markets functioning, restoring basic services, and keeping lights on the courts, clinics, or schools in active crisis zones. We are exceptionally fortunate to be joined today by all of you and also a diverse coalition, government officials, human rights defenders, the private sector partners, and members of academia and think tanks, champions for marginalized groups, and representatives from civil society. This meeting represents a critical platform to move beyond the funding crisis to a solution-driven dialogue. It's an opportunity to review the progress already underway and also operationalize joint future actions that bring peace, justice, and rights closer to the people we serve. We'll hear from participants and also speakers from all around the world, from Lebanon to Yemen, and from Ukraine to Palestine, DRC, or Somalia, and many others. I was in Somalia in early May, and that's where I saw a powerful impact of the work and partnership with civil society organizations such as Elman Peace, whom you will also hear from tomorrow. And it really shows that we have to find nationalized solutions, localized solutions for different crisis settings, and this is where I think this coalition, the contribution from each of you means a lot. So let me turn the floor over to our administrator, Alexander Ducourau.
Yes, hello. Good morning. Thank you, Shoko, for the nice introduction. So Minister, Excellencies, representatives of member states, I would say maybe as a broad denominator, friends with a passion for governance, for rule of law, and for human rights. Often when we talk about development, the visible things are the programs, are the projects. But that's not where it starts. Development starts with institutions. It's stable institutions that provide trust. It's stable institutions that provide the fact that development is done in a fair way, is done in an inclusive way, and can be done in a lasting way. It makes a difference between development for a few and development for everyone. We all know that when it is not there, trust is not there. When trust is not there, you get in this virtuous circle of weakening institutions, even less trust, and in the end we all know that at some point it leads to conflict, it leads to development being put in reverse. And that is why for UNDP, the topic that we discuss here really is at the core of our development work. Building institutions, public service and public administration, democratic processes. This is, we know, the cornerstone of development. It's not always easy to get funding for that type of work, and we'll go more in detail into our very, very good friends that have been funding us in these projects. It's not easy, but bringing that story, that without that, you're basically building a house without the foundations, is really, really an important message that you need to bring, and I think today even more so than before. What I would call the chain of stability is institutions, human rights, then you get trust. Only when you have trust, development can happen. Now, one of the things that maybe we need to do is to look into how, because we talked about this foundations. Now, the problem with foundations is that in general you don't see it, right? You only see the visible part. The foundation, you don't see it. So we have to do an exercise in explaining to a broader public how this agenda is a tangible one. And it's a tangible one in the daily lives. And we've seen in the introduction movie all of these examples of how you make it tangible. It is this agenda that makes sure that women can be protected in often very delicate circumstances. It is what makes sure that families get access to their information, to their paperwork, to their constituencies. It's what enables children to have access to education. It is also a highly technological agenda. You saw here, I think in the introduction, the example of the virtual courts in Pakistan. This is 1 million people that we give access to rule of law, to legal institutions. It would take us years to do it in the classic way. Now, that doesn't mean that the classic way needs to disappear, but the complementarity between what we've been doing for decades and the new virtual and digital tools, I think, give an incredible opportunity. What we know is that when those elements are there, we can provide the services that are necessary. What we know even more is when those services are not there, the devastating impact it has on the daily lives of people. Now, I would like to take this opportunity to also broaden the debate a bit. What I just described is, I think, what we all know, how it is the cornerstone, how it makes a difference in the lives of everyone. It also fits in a security agenda. And we know that these days the security agenda is, let's say, quite dominating. And look, as UNDP, we're not criticizing that. It's the reality of today. There is a lot of spending going to security, going to military, and so on. There's a good reason for that, and we respect that. But you cannot drone yourself out of every problem. Drones are a part of the security agenda. But at some point, you need to stabilize. Stabilizing, you're not doing from a distance. I mean, stabilizing is something you do on the ground. It's something you do in really small steps. But you stabilize when you provide services. And especially rule of law, human rights, and democratic services are really, by many people, seen as the basis before they can come back in often their devastated neighborhoods. Also part of the security agenda is what I would call the ultimate preemptive strike. Yeah? So in military terms, you will do a preemptive strike to avoid a crisis. Now, I think development is that, and especially this agenda is that. If you don't create an environment where trust can be built, well, you know that you have the basis, unfortunately, the fertile ground for instability to grow. Now, we all know that democracy and inclusive political processes are a big part of what we worked on. Democracy, we've always strived to make democracy as fair as possible, and one of the ways of doing that is to make sure that citizens, that voters are as informed as possible. It used to be that the issue was that people were not informed enough, and that then democracy was not complete. I think today we're in a different challenge. Today we're not in a challenge where people are not informed enough. I think today we're in a challenge where people are amply informed. The question is how to deal with it. The question is how do you filter in this plethora of information that people often are bombarded with, and often in a way that is not done with the intention to make democracy stronger. I put it here a bit as an open debate because as UNDP we are aware of it, we work on it, but we know that this is a very delicate space, a very difficult one to navigate in, but we believe that we have an important role to play in it. A second element, I think, and that's, I think, an assignment for all of us, I think sometimes we need to explain that democracy is complicated in itself. Sometimes, I mean, I'm a former national politician, I got blamed in Parliament when they said, well, there's a lot of discussion going on in Parliament. And I said, yes, that's true, and I like that. I prefer to have heavy discussions in Parliament than to have a heavy fighting outside of Parliament. And so we need sometimes to do a better job of explaining that democracy is not a straight line, and that sometimes it goes in circles, and sometimes you have great successes, but sometimes you also have difficulties. I mean, the complexity of democracy these days is a reflection of the complexity of our societies. I hope we don't want that our societies would become less complex. I think the complexity of our society is an asset. Now, how do we manage that? There's no perfect solution to it. It's a human endeavor, and humans sometimes find great solutions and sometimes need a bit more time. So the element of having some patience with democracy, I think sometimes is an important one, and should be protected against those ones who blame that fact that sometimes it takes a bit more time to kind of kill it from the foundations itself. Let me conclude by the state of the world. I mean, we all know geopolitical tensions, we all know the impact of technology, we all know the gigantic changes to which we are confronted. We are not going to stop those changes. Those changes will happen. They are there to stay. The task we have is to make sure that our institutions are strong enough to survive that. A society with strong institutions, society with a high level of built-up trust beforehand, can handle those changes, can handle that instability. Investing in institutions, it's not always the most sexy thing to do, but it's the biggest kind of guardrail that we have to go through those periods of institutions. And let me finalize by thanking our friends who support our programs. As you know, we have a global program for strengthening rule of law, human rights, justice, and security. And we have some good friends that have continued to support us. And I really would like to take the time to thank all of them by name. That is Austria, European Union, Finland, the Generalitat of Valencia, Germany, Iceland, Japan, Liechtenstein, the Netherlands, the Republic of Korea, Slovenia, Switzerland, UK, and the United States. Really, thank you for your continued contributions. Also would like to thank the Kingdom of the Netherlands for hosting us, for being a very generous cornerstone contributor, even increasing the contribution. We know that the new Minister of Development, Sjoerd Sjoerdsma, puts this topic really high on the agenda, and really thank you for playing that role. It helps us to deepen our work in 16 different countries, and we do that, and Shoko, I think you explained that, also part from our crisis offer. We know that governments delivers in difficult circumstances, but it delivers in the daily lives of people. Making sure that it continues to deliver is the difference between achieving development or seeing development unravel. Seeing development unravel is development in reverse gear. Please, let's keep development in gears forward and not in gears backwards. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Administrator, for your very inspiring opening statement. I understand that you have to also start moving as... Okay. I was told 9:30, but thank you very much for making extra efforts to join us. It means a lot to all of us. With this, let me also now introduce Ms. Katia Lassar, ECOSOC Ambassador at the Permanent Representation of the Kingdom of Netherlands to the UN. As we just heard already, that the Kingdom of the Netherlands is the key partner of our global program. So together we have achieved a lot, and I think more to do together. So we are also about to start the even closer cooperation with the new phase, and we look forward to working with you. So with this, please take a floor.
Thank you. Is this working? Yes. Okay. Good morning, Excellencies, Administrator, Minister, Shoko, thank you so much. It's an honor to be present again at the UNDP annual meeting on the rule of law and to provide remarks on behalf of the Kingdom of the Netherlands. This gathering is an important annual moment for a like-minded community of partners to reflect on global developments, challenges, and opportunities in the area of rule of law, security, justice, and human rights. The world is changing fast, and in this context, it's more important than ever that we are clear about our commitments and our choices. In April, as the administrator already alluded to, our Ministry of Foreign Affairs published its combined policy letter for foreign affairs and development cooperation. And this letter acknowledges geopolitical shifts in the changing world, but it also makes a deliberate and bold choice to stand up for the international legal order and to promote international law and strengthen democratic forces. We are convinced that this is the way to protect and promote the values that we hold dear: democracy, the rule of law, and individual freedoms. We will pursue value-based partnerships with countries grounded in mutual interests, and contribute to security and stability in the world, knowing that this affects our security at home. In this regard, let me underline the international legal order is essential to safeguarding our security and our way of life. And it's in this moment of growing polarization, the multilateral system is more important than ever. The Netherlands has always drawn strength from international cooperation. We have a long-standing tradition of contributing to the development and promotion of international law, and we remain committed to taking responsibility and contributing actively to collective solutions. The United Nations is and will always remain an indispensable platform to bring countries together around shared interests, common values, and our collective humanity. And this brings me to our long-standing partnership with UNDP. Since supported the UNDP Global Programme on Rule of Law as the main vehicle for UNDP's work on rule of law at national level in fragile and developmental settings. We recognize UNDP's expertise and track record of supporting governments on their national rule of law reforms, as well as platform which the global program offers for improving UN coordination around rule of law assistance at country level. We also recognize that UNDP cannot do this alone, and we are very pleased to now be embarking on a new phase of our partnership with a new multi-year agreement to support the global program across 16 countries, exemplifying the trust and confidence we have in UNDP and the global program team. In this next phase, we look forward to place stronger emphasis on the coherence of our rule of law support at country level. Our embassies are also engaging with UNDP and with partners to work closely and complementarily. In times of increasing challenges and declining resources, this is the way forward, enhancing the impact of our collective rule of law support through strategic coordination and partnership. Let me conclude on this forward-looking note. The world that lies ahead of us is demanding and will require sustained effort, political will, and genuine partnership from all of us. I wish you all inspiring discussions over the coming days and the best of success in our shared endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lassar. Our next speaker is a critically important partner for us, and I would like to also personally thank you for making your way to New York to talk with us today. Your Excellency Adel Nasser is the Minister of Justice of Republic of Lebanon. Our joint work in Lebanon is a compelling, excellent example of how a close partnership among all the partners, but under the government's guidance, can really yield tangible, long-lasting, and measurable results for people's experience of justice, security, and rule of law. With this, I would like to pass the floor to Your Excellency. Thank you.
Excellences, Monsieur l'administrateur, Mesdames et Messieurs, je vous dois un aveu. Intervenir à cette conférence de l'UNDP, ou du PNUD, en présence d'une assistance aussi distinguée est intimidant. Par conséquent, je suis intimidé. On m'a dit que je dispose de 6 minutes. Je serai intimidé pendant 6 minutes. Je viens d'un petit pays qui souffre. Un petit pays pris en tenaille dans les rapports de force régionaux qui ont depuis si longtemps occulté le droit international et qui foulent aux pieds avec une satisfaction cynique l'état de droit. Si vous voulez mesurer l'état du droit dans le monde, évitez le Moyen-Orient. Il s'y porte très mal. Pourtant, il en a existentiellement besoin. Quand je dis que le sujet est existentiel, je n'exagère pas. Soit les pays de la région établiront chez eux un état de droit et s'en remettront entre eux au droit, soit le concept même d'État poursuivra le chemin de sa propre déliquescence et la paix demeurera un concept duquel on continuera de parler, mais qu'on ne rencontrera jamais. L'obscurantisme et la guerre ont présidé au destin des pays de notre région. C'est contre l'un et l'autre que nous devons nous battre. Pour que le Liban survive, il faut que l'interdiction des ingérences étrangères et l'interdiction des agressions armées trouvent leur plein effet. Elles doivent être combattues ensemble. Il faut également que soit pleinement rétabli au Liban l'état de droit, c'est-à-dire que la République dispose du monopole de la contrainte et que les institutions soient rétablies. Le Liban fréquente la guerre depuis plus de 50 ans. Pourtant, à aucun moment notre pays n'a eu de revendications territoriales extérieures, ni d'exigences internationales. La guerre ne l'a néanmoins jamais quitté, parce que c'est chez lui, à ses dépens, et souvent par une instrumentalisation de ses fils, que l'on vient vider les querelles et les luttes d'influence de la région. Nous ne pouvons rien espérer des guerres, mais nous en subissons tous les fruits du désespoir. Nous sommes, nous, Libanais, les porteurs du plus grand paradoxe de l'histoire contemporaine. C'est par le Liban que l'on se réfère aux guerres qui ne s'achèvent jamais, mais c'est aussi le Liban qui est dépositaire de la diversité, de la démocratie et des libertés publiques dans notre région du monde. Les attaques contre ces valeurs se faisaient dans notre région en secret et en niant le crime. Elles se font désormais au grand jour, comme si les droits fondamentaux de l'humain et ceux des États relèvent d'un anachronisme qui entrave l'action politique. En laissant le Moyen-Orient se transformer en une poudrière et le Liban en une victime expiatoire, le monde pensait isoler le mal. Il l'a laissé se répandre insidieusement partout. Même si le monde entier détourne le regard, le Liban ne cédera pas. Le Liban s'est engagé dans un processus de négociation directe avec le support des États-Unis pour faire cesser la guerre et rétablir l'autorité de l'État. Le Liban saura être le symbole de la coexistence dans un monde fait d'intolérance. Là, permettez-moi de faire une petite annonce. Alors que nous sommes en pleine période de guerre, le projet de loi sur l'abolition de la peine de mort a déjà été approuvé par le gouvernement à l'unanimité, par les différentes commissions parlementaires et va être soumis très bientôt à l'Assemblée générale du Parlement. La population libanaise se retrouve dans le cèdre qui est au centre de notre drapeau. Résistant au tourment du temps, il dispose d'un tronc qui rappelle sa culture commune et singulière construite par l'interaction communautaire et les branches qui représentent sa diversité. Sans le tronc, le cèdre meurt. Sans les branches, le cèdre est nu. C'est donc avec conviction que nous devons sauver le cèdre. Nous nous sommes engagés à poursuivre notre tâche, même en temps de guerre. Nous devons rétablir l'état de droit. Cette action est multidimensionnelle. Il y a le rétablissement de la souveraineté nationale sur tout le territoire, mais il faut aussi rétablir l'État dans ses institutions. Cela exige de bâtir une confiance entre ces institutions et la société. Il faut donc poursuivre le processus de réforme, des réformes structurelles, mais aussi celles qui s'attaquent aux causes qui ont conduit à notre terrible crise financière et à ses conséquences. Concernant mon ministère, nous agissons pour consolider l'indépendance de la justice, renforcer la formation des juges, améliorer l'accès à la justice et développer l'entraide judiciaire internationale. Il y a un panel cet après-midi où nous rentrons dans les détails de ce qui est fait au Liban. Nous devons mettre un terme à l'impunité, mais dans le respect des droits fondamentaux. Et je tiens à insister. Personne ne doit plus être au-dessus des lois et la loi doit être appliquée à tous dans le cadre de procès justes et équitables. Jean Jaurès disait « La République, c'est le droit de tout homme, quelle que soit sa croyance religieuse, à avoir sa part de la souveraineté. » Dans ce combat, nous ne sommes pas seuls. J'en témoigne devant vous avec reconnaissance. Nous aurions pu voir la mort en face 2 fois au lieu d'une. L'une par la violence et l'autre par la solitude. Il n'en a pas été ainsi parce que la solidarité internationale n'a pas disparu. Elle est blessée, mais elle demeure. Le PNUD en est une très belle expression. Votre organisation se tient à nos côtés dans notre entreprise malgré les tempêtes. Entre autres projets desquels nous parlerons cet après-midi, elle a inauguré une nouvelle ère de travail en mettant en place une plateforme participative qui planche sur la réforme législative du secteur de la justice. Disposer d'une telle plateforme, au-delà de son efficacité, permet de voir toutes les parties concernées s'engager. Quand tous s'engagent, la confiance s'instaure. Une justice pour tous, une justice que le PNUD soutient en se souvenant que dans son nom il y a union, une justice que le PNUD, avec l'Union européenne et des États membres comme l'Allemagne, la France, les Pays-Bas et d'autres pays soutiennent, surtout en nous prouvant que nous ne sommes pas seuls. Je peux vous dire que mon petit pays a en commun avec vous son attachement à l'Union dans la diversité. C'est donc un honneur d'être avec vous ici et de mesurer le temps de la solidarité qui s'engage à faire de la planète un monde meilleur. Le cœur se réchauffe lorsque la solidarité écarte la haine. Alors permettez-moi à mon pays qui souffre, mais qui ne mourra jamais, de clôturer mon intervention avec le poète Paul Éluard. Un cœur n'est juste que s'il bat au rythme des autres cœurs. Je vous remercie.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and also Alexander, once again, thank you so much for joining us. Our next speaker is His Excellency Prosper Douglas Bunny, the National Security Advisor of the Republic of Ghana. Ghana is also a member state where our engagement, hand in hand with government partners, is making us particularly proud. Prosper, if I may call you so, since we know for some decades. You have made your way from Accra to be here today, and very glad to see you here. And now we would like to hear you. So over to you. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Shoko. And I must say I'm happy to be here and to be part of this discussion. I thank UNDP for convening this important dialogue under the theme Securing Development, Advancing Rule of Law, Human Rights and Peace in a Fragmented World. This theme reflects a defining reality of our time. Development, security, and governance can no longer be pursued in silos. They must be addressed through integrated, preventive, and people-centered approaches. Across regions, we are witnessing the convergence of risks of insecurity, inequality, institutional fragility, and climate stress. As highlighted by other speakers before me, rising geopolitical tensions, protracted conflicts, and shrinking governance investments are reversing development gains and increasing human vulnerability. In this context, the rule of law and human rights are not abstract principles. They are practical prevention, resilience, and sustainable peace enablers. Ghana's experience affirms that sustainable peace and security must be rooted in inclusive governance, justice, and human dignity. While Ghana remains relatively stable, we are not immune to evolving threats. Rising violent crime trends, persistent governance and accountability challenges, growing spillover risks from regional instability, among other challenges. At the same time, we have consciously avoided over-scrutinization responses. Instead, Ghana has adopted a human security approach anchored on prevention rather than reaction, institutional strengthening rather than militarization, inclusion and development as foundations of stability. This approach aligns strongly with global call for integrated rights-based systems transformation. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our national data reinforces a key message. Fragility often emerges not from conflict, but from inequality and exclusion. Multidimensional poverty still affects millions. Sharp regional disparities persist. Climate stress is intensifying vulnerabilities in already fragile areas. These dynamics create conditions that can undermine trust, weaken institutions, and increase susceptibility to instability. We therefore strongly believe that security must be development-driven. All of us gathered here today recognize that complex challenges that require integrated solutions requires comprehensive responses. In the security world, it is not possible to expect one institution to provide that alone. Rather, this should come from the highest level of the state to create the necessary space for such envisioned integration. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, to maximize impact, Ghana has operationalized the Joint National Security Program Framework in partnership with UNDP. This platform ensures that national efforts are data-driven and evidence-based, based on solid synergies across institutions, aligned with governance, rule of law, and human rights priorities, and finally, focused on prevention, early warning, and resilience. Ghana's national efforts must be understood within a rapidly evolving regional context. The Sahel has now become the epicenter of global terrorism, accounting for over 50% of terrorism-related deaths worldwide in 2024, with nearly 3,900 fatalities recorded in a single year. Violent extremist activity has expanded significantly towards coastal West Africa, with over 500 incidents recorded near coastal borders in 2024, up from just 50 in 2020. Let alone reference to what is already associated with porous borders, such as smuggling of small arms and light weapons, drugs, and other harmful substances, to name a few. These are not programmatic priorities that are strategic imperatives for reducing long-term global risk. Let me here affirm our solid partnership with UNDP in Ghana. The support we receive in the country is commendable, and the technical and facilitation role they play has proved crucial to advance the development agenda. UNDP has been present in the very rural areas as much as it is present at the very central level. This is the type of partnership that we appreciate and assist in advancing our national priorities with the needed knowledge, expertise, and efficiency. In conclusion, Ghana's experience affirms a simple but powerful truth. There can be no sustainable development without security, no security without human rights, and no peace without the rule of law. Let us move decisively from discussions and declarations to practical, integrated, and people-centered action. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Our next speaker, Dr. Betty Oila Bigombe, Ambassador of the Republic of Uganda to Malaysia, and importantly, she was also a member of Special Envoy's team of the Republic of Uganda to South Sudan peace process. She was supposed to be connected online, but due to her travel logistical challenges, unfortunately, she's not available right now. So I would like to move to the next speaker. Our next speaker is Ms. Amina Boyach. She's our partner in two different capacities. One, the chair of the Global Alliance of National Human Rights Institutions, and the President, Moroccan National Human Rights Council. You have accompanied our human rights work for many years as part of the tripartite partnership to support national human rights institutions. So you will give us please share with us your reflections. Thanks.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente, Mesdames et Messieurs, Monsieur le Ministre. Bien évidemment, c'est un réel plaisir de me joindre à cette réunion annuelle de PNUD. PNUD, c'est un partenaire, je dirais, privilégié, avec qui nous entretenons une coopération très étroite, une coopération tripartite entre PNUD, le Office High Commissioner for Human Rights et GANRI, ses réseaux régionaux et les institutions nationales. Donc pour moi, c'est un exemple, à mon avis, qui illustre une coopération qui arrive à élaborer des réponses communes face à des défis universels en matière des droits de l'homme et de l'état de droit. Donc voilà un peu sur cet partenariat avec le PNUD et GANRI et l'Office High Commissioner. Bien évidemment, le thème qui nous réunit aujourd'hui renvoie pour moi à une question essentielle. Comment prévenir les crises et renforcer la résilience de nos sociétés? Et donc, pour répondre à cette question, il faut reconnaître en tout cas une réalité qui traverse aujourd'hui de nombreuses sociétés, une crise de confiance envers les institutions. Cette crise touche les institutions à tous les niveaux, local, national et international. Il ne résulte pas de rejet de rejet de l'institution en tant que telle par les citoyens. Les citoyens continuent à aspirer à des institutions fortes et légitimes. Ce qui est en cause, c'est la capacité des institutions à agir de manière juste, efficace et cohérente. Les conflits qui se prolongent, les violations du droit international qui demeurent sans réponse effective, mais aussi l'aggravation des inégalités ont nourri un sentiment croissant de désillusion universelle. À cette crise de confiance, mesdames et messieurs, s'ajoute une perception d'injustice presque universelle. Dans de nombreuses régions du monde, le sentiment s'installe que les règles ne s'appliquent pas de la même manière à toutes les populations, à tous les niveaux, pour tous les pays. Or, lorsqu'une société perd confiance dans la capacité de ses institutions à protéger les droits, à garantir les citoyens devant la loi et à rendre justice, c'est sa cohésion même qui se fragilise tous les jours. C'est pourquoi le développement, la sécurité, les droits humains et l'état de droit ne peuvent être considérés comme des agendas distincts. Ils constituent des différentes dimensions d'un même projet, celui des sociétés plus justes, plus stables, plus résilientes. Un rêve pour les acteurs en matière des droits de l'homme. Une ambition pour les acteurs et les institutions nationales. Dans ces contextes, la prévention apparaît pour nous comme une nécessité. Les crises majeures ne surviennent jamais sans avertissement. Avant les violences, les ruptures institutionnelles ou les violations massives des droits de l'homme, apparaissent des signaux précurseurs. Discrimination persistante, exclusion de certaines populations, restriction des libertés fondamentales ou la banalisation de discours de haine. C'est précisément dans cet espace que les institutions nationales, mesdames et messieurs, des droits de l'homme prennent toute leur importance. Grâce à leur indépendance, à leur proximité avec les réalités nationales, locales, et à leur dialogue permanent entre les citoyens et la société, entre la société et les États, sont souvent parmi les premières à identifier ces fragilités. Leur rôle est essentiel, alerter, prévenir et contribuer à restaurer le lien de confiance entre les citoyens et les institutions. Pas uniquement au niveau national, c'est aussi au niveau international. L'exemple des mécanismes nationaux de prévention de la torture est particulièrement révélateur. En identifiant les risques avant qu'ils ne se transforment en violation, il démontre que la prévention est l'un des moyens les plus efficaces de protéger les droits humains, tout en renforçant la confiance dans les institutions. Pourtant, les institutions nationales des droits de l'homme exercent aujourd'hui leur mandat dans un environnement de plus en plus complexe, alors même que les ressources consacrées aux droits humains, à la gouvernance démocratique et à la prévention subissent des pressions croissantes tous les jours. L'expérience Excellence nous enseigne, je pense pour tout le monde, une leçon simple. Il est toujours moins coûteux de prévenir les crises que d'en réparer les conséquences. Soutenir l'état de droit, les droits humains et les institutions qui les protègent n'est pas une dépense accessoire. C'est un investissement dans la paix, la stabilité et la résilience de nos sociétés. Pour Gannery, l'enjeu est clair dans ses fonctions, dans son mandat. Les crises auxquelles nous sommes confrontés aujourd'hui sont souvent présentées comme des crises de confiance. Sécuritaires, économiques, climatiques, géopolitiques, mais ils sont profondément des crises de confiance. La réponse ne peut être uniquement technique, financière. Elle doit être avant tout politique. Il passe par le renforcement de l'état de droit, par des institutions responsables et redevables, et par un engagement renouvelé en faveur de la justice et des droits humains. À cet égard, permettez-moi de rappeler le pacte pour l'avenir a réaffirmé l'ambition d'un système multilatéral plus efficace, plus inclusif et davantage tourné vers la prévention. L'agenda 2030 nous rappelle que le développement durable ne peut être envisagé sans société pacifiste, juste et inclusive, sans accès effectif à la justice et sans institutions efficaces à tous les niveaux. Les principes qui doivent guider notre action sont connus alors. La question est désormais celle de notre volonté collective de les traduire en résultats concrets pour les populations. Restaurer la confiance, mesdames et messieurs, constitue aujourd'hui l'un des défis majeurs de notre époque au niveau universel. À l'ouverture de cette réunion du PNUD, partenaire privilégié de Gannery, permettez-moi de lancer un appel au renouvellement de notre engagement collectif en faveur des droits humains et de l'état de droit, et de souhaiter que nos échanges contribuent à identifier les voies les plus efficaces et plus urgentes pour renforcer la confiance et la prévention. Dans un monde donc marqué par les crises, les inégalités et les incertitudes, reconstruire la confiance n'est pas seulement une exigence démocratique, c'est une condition essentielle de la paix, du développement, de la cohésion de nos sociétés. C'est une exigence universelle qui nous interpelle. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Our next and last speaker, Mr. Roberto Suarez Santos, is the Secretary General of the International Organization of Employers. The private sector is becoming more and more important in the work of peace and development. And also for UNDP, they are the key partner. The global program on the rule of law and human rights has championed, I hope we can say so, UNDP's work on the intersection of business and human rights. This is why it's very important for us to have you, Mr. Santos, on our opening panel today. You'll be connected online, I hope?
Yes, can you hear? Can you hear? Hello?
Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Noda, Excellencies, Ministers, National Security Advisor, Ambassador, Mr. Boujas, Chair of the Global Alliance of National Human Rights, Administrator, the crew, distinguished colleagues. Let me begin by thanking UNDP, Administrator, the crew, and the entire UNDP team for inviting the IOE to
If I
participate
may, Mr. Santos, if I may just ask you to pause. We would like to see you on the screen, but I think there is some technical challenges that you have not appeared on the screen. So just wonder whether you can switch on the camera, or is it from our side? Some technical. Here, yes, excellent. Okay, good. Good to see you. Back to you.
Sorry. I suppose you heard the beginning. Well, I was
You disappeared again.
Oh, I see. I think I have to be with my speech then in printed. Okay. So let me just also use that. Well, let me begin by thanking UNDP and the entire UNDP team for inviting the IOE to participate in this, I would say, crucial discussion. We often associate business also with profits, but it's rare the case that we associate business with rule of law. Over the past years, the IOE and UNDP, we have been building I can say now, a trustful, and I use the word trustful and constructive partnership. And particularly in the area of human rights. Human rights matter for business because it matters also in terms of sustainability of business. We deeply value this collaboration because it's bearing fruits. It's bearing fruits for our companies, but to local employers, to local business in many areas of the world. You know that for more than 100 years, IOE, the International Organization of Employers, we have been coordinating, bringing the voice of business at international level. In the ILO, we are very known because we co-decide ILO decisions with the trade union movement, but also with the governments, but also in different UN levels. Right now, we are very proud to say that we represent more than 50 million companies. But let me highlight that for us, what matters is not the number of companies, but they are associated through independent employers and business organizations. And believe me, being independent is not easy. And you need good institutions and good rule of law also to be able to say what you need to say and to be free to use also your freedom of speech, your freedom of association, also to bring also the voice of business. Listening to the title of today's discussion, I was reflecting on how interconnected these issues have become. 20 years ago, many would have viewed this as a separate policy discussions. Today, talking about business and human rights is really a matter that has strong interconnections with the private sector. Business can adapt to changing markets, to new technologies, and increasing competition. But they struggle enormously. There's nothing that they fear more but uncertainty. Uncertainty created by weak institutions, by conflict, by rules that are unpredictable, by unrealistic rules sometimes, but rules that are not applied fairly or in a balanced manner. And that's why the rule of law matters for us so much. And sometimes we discuss it as an abstract concept. For a business owner, a woman entrepreneur, a man entrepreneur in many developing countries, it is very concrete. It means knowing that the contracts that I have signed with public administrations could be respected. It means having the confidence in public institutions. It means being able to invest. It means also having access to remedy, not just for me, but also for others in value chain. This is about expectations, and that creates, and is proved, a good investment environment. When that confidence exists, businesses invest and jobs are created. This is particularly relevant today. We are living through a period of geopolitical tensions, of fragmentations, and of uncertainty. Many of the assumptions that have underpinned global stability over the recent decades, and sometimes we do not highlight that sufficiently, are now being questioned. In such a context, it would be easy to become very pessimistic. We are not. One reason is resilience, and I think many of you have referred to resilience of institutions. I don't like to use the word strong, but more solid institutions, efficient institutions. Every day, companies invest, create jobs, and provide solutions to societal challenges, very often with difficulties, in very difficult environments. But they do so because they believe and they have a trust that institutions will also work with them. They will be able to understand their needs. And also, society also will be able to understand the success that is needed also for them to grow. According to the Edelman Trust Barometer, and that was especially evident during COVID, business have been identified as one of the most trusted voices, trusted institutions globally over the past year. When you want information about health issues, when you want information also about what will be the predictable future in terms of labor markets, you go to business because they have somehow a reliable voice. When society faces disruption, business are often seen as having the resources, agility, and expertise to deliver solutions. But then we need also the institutions. This trust in institutions comes for us a kind of responsibility. At this period of questioning, we have been very clear. We need the multilateral system. We need the multilateral system to operate, to grow, to bring solutions. The business community's engagement on human rights is not new. We in IOE, we have been engaging in human rights discussions for many decades. But it's right now when we have a qualitative approach, linked not just to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, but also to the UN Guiding Principles. This means also responsibility in our value chains with local employers, with local business. Respect for human rights is increasingly embedded in how companies operate, manage risk, but also take decisions. If a company wants to be credible and sustainable in the international scene, due diligence is not an option. Expectations from society are there. And this is an important message that we are also sending to our own companies. Frankly, what we used to call responsible business conduct, now sustainability, social sustainability is here to stay, despite all the backlashes. I would like to make a simple point. We often focus on what companies should do, and that's really important, how we can work better with you. Yet, we sometimes pay less attention to the environment for companies to operate in. Just this Sunday, in our General Council in IOE, we held a discussion with the World Bank on ensuring business resilience in turbulent times. And one of the key takeaways was the importance of having clear rules, which does not necessarily mean more complex regulation, but efficient regulation. A conducive environment also for predictable rules. A company does not conduct due diligence on human rights in isolation. They need to know how access to remedy in judicial systems is working at local level. Its effectiveness depends greatly on the surrounding ecosystem, the strength of institutions, corruption or not corruptions, governance, grievance mechanism, and also the capacity also of administrations, labor administration and inspection systems. 6 out of 10 workers nowadays operate in the informal economy. If we are serious about advancing the human rights and responsible business conduct agenda, we also must address these underlying structural changes. When institutions are solid, efficient, responsible business conduct becomes easier. When they are weak, even the most committed companies face significant limitations and the impact is very low. That's why strengthening an enabled environment with you for business to thrive, but also to be responsible is so important. And that's why organizations like UNDP play such a critical role. When we work together in efficient partnership, we make a difference. Let me conclude with one final observation. As the UN marked its 80th anniversary in 2025, the IOE, together with other business organizations, called for a renewed multilateralism, one based on a stronger collaboration, one based also on meaningful private sector engagement, and one based also on an enabled environment for business to be more responsible, but also to provide solutions to society. In today's fragmented world, we need this spirit of partnership that you also represent more than ever. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Santos. I'm glad that you could connect and speak to us. So, colleagues, participants, partners, I hope that this first panel has given you a wide range of topics, also inspirations and ideas, perspectives, with which we are very proud to engage and work with. With this, now I would like to move to the next part of this session, which is to call the member states' representatives and also partners who have already registered to make a statement. I would like to ask those who are speaking to keep your statement to maximum of 2 minutes, please. So our first speaker, those who like to speak, is Mr. Bruno Savinang, EXOC Ambassador, European External Action Service.
Thank you, and sorry that I'm behind the pillar, so I don't know if everybody can see me. Thank you very much, and thank you to the panelists. Thank you, of course, to UNDP and Netherlands for hosting us today. It was very inspiring and gives a lot of food for thought for the next 2 days. The European Union, of course, recognizes the strong nexus between peace, security, and development, and is committed to promoting human rights, gender equality, and the rule of law as drivers of stability and development. Actually, last week, the European Commission reaffirmed this again in its most recent communication entitled Defending Values, Driving Reform, Delivering Impact, the EU's Humanitarian Action in a Shifting Global Order, which presents the EU integrated approach to fragility with a special focus on extremely fragile context. We would have 3 points in that perspective. First, human rights is a foundation. The EU's legal framework mandates human rights as central to our external action. We prioritize inclusive governance, accountability, and justice, backing this as the leading donor, as EU and its member states, to UNDP's rule of law and human rights projects globally. Second, our commitment is also reflected in the Global Gateway Strategy, which is our sustainable development investment strategy, which is guided by 6 key principles: democratic values and high standards, good governance and transparency, equal partnerships, green and clean, security-focused, and catalyzing the private sector. Besides delivering physical infrastructure and economic opportunities through partnerships, Global Gateway thus puts strong emphasis on standards, governance, and regulatory reform, and thereby promotes adherence to human rights throughout the entire supply chains. The EU Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive reflects this, requiring heightened due diligence in conflict zones to mitigate severe risks. The work carried out by UNDP on heightened human rights due diligence is explicitly referred to in the directive and provides a strong basis for work by the European Commission in developing guidance for companies. And finally, as a member of the Oslo Plus Group, which UNDP is also a member of, we further support the advancement and implementation of the human rights-based approach in development. In conclusion, the EU fully supports UNDP's efforts to strengthen rule of law and human rights governance, and we look forward to the discussions in the next 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next person I would like to call is Mr. Hiroyuki Ito, Director General, International Cooperation Department of the Ministry of Justice of Japan.
Thank you. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First of all, I'd like to express my heartfelt gratitude for the opportunity to introduce our organization and its activities. My name is Ito Hiroyuki, the Director General of the International Cooperation Department, an institution under the Research and Training Institute of Ministry of Justice of Japan. As some of you may know, Japan's international legal technical cooperation is not yet widely recognized on the global stage. I see these activities, however, cover a broad range of areas, from assisting the drafting basic laws to supporting the establishment of judicial institutions, as well as developing tailor-made or learning materials to implement laws and human capacity building in justice sector. All of these efforts are dedicated to promoting the rule of law globally. For over 30 years, the Ministry of Justice of Japan has been deeply committed to supporting legal development. Our activities have expanded from Southeast Asia to Central Asia, the Pacific Island countries, most recently to Ukraine. Our core philosophy is to work side by side with our partners. We design our cooperation to reflect unique background, history, and context of each country. It's a long-term journey that requires patience, but we believe it is the only way toward building sustainable legal system. Regarding our connection with the UNDP, we are delighted to begin enhancing our cooperation with the UNDP Bangkok Regional Hub through our dispatched fellows. Taking this opportunity, and especially in the presence of her distinguished colleagues and leadership, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to Ms. Aparna Basniat for her outstanding leadership at the Bangkok Regional Hub. We are truly fortunate to work with her as we launch this new collaboration. For us, the true value of this annual meeting lies in fostering people-to-people connections on a global scale. Meetings and engaging with all of you, the leading expert in our field, is what makes this gathering so meaningful. We look forward to further strengthening our cooperation and advancing the rule of law together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ito. Now I'd like to invite His Excellency Mr. Sultan bin Hassan Al Jamali, Secretary General, National Human Rights Committee of Qatar. He is being connected online.
السيد الرئيس، أصحاب السعادة السيدات والسادة، يطيب لنا في اللجنة الوطنية لحقوق الإنسان بدولة قطر أن نشارك في الاجتماع السنوي للبرنامج العالمي لسيادة القانون وحقوق الإنسان، وأن نتوجه بالشكر إلى برنامج الأمم المتحدة الإنمائي على تنظيم هذا اللقاء المهم. يأتي هذا الاجتماع اليوم في مرحلة تشهد تحولات سياسية واقتصادية عالمية تتزايد فيها التحديات الناتجة عن النزاعات والأزمات الإنسانية والاستقطاب المجتمعي. وفي ظل هذه التحديات أصبح من الضروري طرح سؤال مباشر: كيف يشعر الإنسان بالأمان في عالم تتصاعد فيه الأزمات وتتسع فيه بؤر التوتر؟ لقد أثبتت التجارب أن المجتمعات الأكثر أمناً واستقراراً هي تلك التي يشعر أفرادها بأن حقوقهم مصانة وفق مبادئ سيادة القانون والعدالة والمساءلة. وعندما تتراجع الثقة بين الإنسان والمؤسسات تتسع فجوات الهشاشة وتزداد مخاطر التوتر والنزاع والتصدع. ومن هنا تأكد أن العلاقة الوثيقة بين الأمن وحقوق الإنسان، فالإنسان يشعر بالأمان عندما يعرف أن القانون يحميه وأن كرامته مصونة وأن صوته مسموع وأنه لن يترك وحيدا إذا تعرض للظلم. ومن واقع عملنا في اللجنة الوطنية لحقوق الإنسان في دولة قطر نرى أن الأمن الحقيقي هو نتيجة الثقة بين الإنسان ومؤسسات الدولة، والثقة بأن العدالة متاحة للجميع دون تمييز. إن أكبر التحديات التي يواجهها عالمنا اليوم لا تتمثل فقط في إدارة الأزمات بعد وقوعها، بل في منعها قبل أن تبدأ. هذا ويتطلب الاستثمار في الإنسان وفي التعليم والعدالة والمشاركة والمساءلة باعتبارها أدوات الوقاية الحقيقية وأسس الاستقرار المستدام. ومن هنا تأتي أهمية هذا الاجتماع لتقوية الرسالة العالمية حول ترابط سيادة القانون وحقوق الإنسان مع تحقيق الأمن والتنمية. ختاما، أتمنى النجاح لهذا الاجتماع في دعم الأسس التي تسهم بشكل حقيقي في منح مواطني العالم أمن مستدام وتنمية مستدامة. وشكرا لإصغائكم.
Thank you very much. Next is Mr. Henk-Jan Brinkman, Permanent Observer to the United Nations, IDLO.
Thank you very much. Let me take this off right here. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity. Just to make 3 very short points. First one, we strongly believe in the premise of this meeting that the rule of law and justice are really fundamental in creating more safe and more peaceful society. Second point is really, as others have said, trust is really weak in institutions. And we believe that delivering results that make a difference for people on the ground is really a way to address those trust deficits. And let me give you a few examples. First, we have supported a small claims court in Kenya. Forward, okay. That in 2025 resolved 155,000 cases with a clearance rate of 98%, and most of them within 8 weeks. In the Sahel, partly with the support of the government of the Netherlands, we have addressed the drivers of violence and instability. For example, the impunity and the pre-trial detention through mobile courts and wider justice reforms. In Uganda, violence against women, the conviction rates have increased from 20 to 70% in just 6 years. In Rwanda, we're working on land disputes. In Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan, we have worked on small mediation disputes, partly to help the private sector. That leads me to the third point, and that is IDLO is the only global organization that works on the rule of law as a way of promoting peace and sustainable development, but we cannot do it alone. Partnerships are fundamental in the way we recognize we work, and UNDP is a really critical partner. We have worked in countries such as Sahel, Somalia, South Sudan, and Tunisia, and most recently in Palestine, in a joint justice sector assessment in the West Bank. We also, of course, work in an integrated way, putting together research, programs, and advocacy, and we work very closely on, with UNDP, for example, the Justice Action Coalition and the Working Group on Customary and Informal Justice. And finally, in a few weeks, we're organizing an SDG 16 conference, which annually takes place here in New York, or in the last few years. It happens on the 17th of June, and you are all very welcome. And thank you so much, Joko.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brinkman. Now, we would like to invite Mr. Fernando Marani, Program Director, Justice, Inclusion, Equality, Pathfinders for Peaceful Justice and Inclusive Societies.
Thank you, Giora. And good morning, everyone. I have indeed the pleasure to speak on behalf of Pathfinders for Peaceful, Just and Inclusive Society, an initiative of the Center for International Cooperation at NYU, but especially as Secretariat of the Justice Action Coalition, which is a group of 19 countries and 23 organizations working to advance people-centered justice and close the global justice gap. I think when we read the news, when we are in any meeting at the UN, we know the status of the world. Conflict is rising, the rule of law is declining, aid is failing, and definitely conflicts are multiplying. But we are here today to try to find solutions and see how we work together and how to make justice and security not two separate issues, but an integrated approach. Because when justice is out of reach, insecurity follows, grievances grow, conflicts take root, and development stalls. That's why we from Pathfinders and the Justice Action Coalition would like to commend the work that UNDP is doing on connecting justice, rule of law, human rights, and security into one integrated approach that really matters so much. And let me give one more minute on the work of the Justice Action Coalition, where we work very closely with Pathfinders and the UNDP. Together, we are piloting a new justice financial framework, focusing on getting more justice for the resources we have on the justice sector. UNDP is also, as part of the Justice Action Coalition, supporting the Catalytic Fund for People-Centered Justice in 9 countries. And together with the OECD, we are developing new people-centered justice indicator, because data is really relevant to guide our decisions. Together with HIL, under the leadership, we are building communication strategies to bring new advocates into the justice space. And this is a partnership that goes beyond the global level. Through the African Alliance for People-Centered Justice and the Ibero-American Alliance for Access to Justice, UNDP has been a key partner in bringing justice-centered approaches to the ground, working with judges, communities, and governments across two of the world's most dynamic regions. This year, the Justice Action Coalition is also launching new thematic tracks on democracy, artificial intelligence, criminal justice, inclusive justice, and including customary informal justice under ILO leadership. Because really, we really want to connect the work of the justice reform with all the other elements that are key for securing peaceful justice and inclusive societies. Well, my last ask for today's and tomorrow's meeting is really to be bold, think outside of the box. The status quo is really not working, so we have to have justice systems that are accessible, fair, and built around people's real needs, and we can therefore have a strong foundation, I was mentioned earlier in the speeches, for security, stability, and hope. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This concludes the very first part or opening part of the 2026 annual meeting on rule of law and human rights. I don't know how you feel. I feel very encouraged, inspired, and I must say that this is my third time to join the meeting, and this is a very special group of partners, colleagues, and friends, if I can say, and I feel inspired and encouraged that we are here together and to really discuss, as the last speaker said, that something more bolder, and see how we can do things differently and come also together and have solidarity to what we do. So a big round of applause to all the speakers. Thank you so much. And I hope we can keep the level of energy to go to the day. So with this, back to you, Sarah.
Thank you so much, Shoko, and thank you to all the distinguished speakers for a high-level opening. I think you've set a wonderful tone for the next 2 days, and we thank you for being with us. It's always a pleasure also to hear from the variety of voices of our partners. Thank you, all of those who took the floor. It's very much appreciated. We will now take a break for coffee for 30 minutes. I would like to invite the panel, if they could please make their way to the back for some photos, and also we have some social media video. After that, other partners who would like to take small clips, speak about the importance of this portfolio for them, for their social media accounts, are also welcome to have some short videos taken. So we will convene back here at 11 o'clock for our first substantive session on local action and lasting security, which is going to be very interesting. Thank you again. Thank you.
Hello, Andrei and Irina. Can we check quickly the Ukraine channel? Yeah, loud and clear, the Ukrainian channel. Can you go on the English channel now? Andrei on the English channel. I can hear both of you. Thank you, Andrei. Irina, can you go the Ukrainian channel? Irina. Okay, okay, loud and clear. Both of you are both set. Okay, they're gonna restart in about 25 minutes. Thank you.
الو الو
Hello?
الو
Hello? Yes, this is Ammar.
Hello. Yes, we can hear you. Welcome to the live webinar. Right now we are
Thank you.
having the coffee break. We can hear and see you.
Yes, I am following on the schedule. So it has been like there's half an hour delay, right?
Oh, good. Thank you for joining us a little earlier.
No,
Feel
it's
free
okay.
to.
I am with you. I will just now turn off the camera.
Yes.
I will join you immediately when they start the session. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you so much for joining a little earlier. See you in a bit.
See you. Bye-bye.
Hi, Yuri. Hi, Lisa.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good to see you. Just wanted to confirm that the interpreters are already here, all set. And you can
Great.
turn off your camera for the time being, and we can hear you, we can see you. Oh, good. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you.
Hello? I think they cancelled. I mean,
Hello.
is there now? Yeah, is the connection's working well? Yeah. The connection's working well, so I think
We can hear you, but with a lot of background noise, Mr. Chair.
Is Mr.
Could you try speaking a few sentences?
Yes, hello, and I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, loud and clear on here as well. Thank you so much. Feel free to turn off your camera in the meantime, and then when it's closer to your person, we'll ask you to turn on the camera. Thank you so much. See you in a bit.
Hello, colleagues. Colleagues, could I kindly ask you to take your seats? We will start the next session in 1 minute. Could I kindly ask you to take your seats? We will start the next session in 1 minute. Thank you. Please. Just wash my coffee. No, it's for you. It's got your name on it. Colleagues, we'll start directly. If you can please enter the room and take your seats, that would be appreciated. Thank you very much. If I can just remind everyone of the interpretation. We do have interpretation in 4 languages. Online, please click the small globe and you should be able to listen in all languages. So, good morning again. We're now moving into the substantive thematic discussions in the annual meeting, and these are, in my view, really fantastic conversations where we're able to really convene different perspectives, different points of view from different partners, different implementers, different practitioners on the various different issues. And I'm particularly delighted today to start with a session from local action to lasting security, building sustainable development through people-centered security, because, as I think I mentioned earlier in my introduction, Global Programme Phase 5 includes a specific focus on local action across our programming and also peace building. It has an expanded focus. So it's wonderful today to have a dedicated session precisely on this issue and how local action can build lasting security. The session will highlight the strategic value of people-centered, community-focused security as the critical link between local safety priorities and national governance and reform agendas. By convening senior policy leadership alongside community mediators, actors, and frontline practitioners, we hope to demonstrate how nationally led and locally anchored approaches can more effectively prevent violence, strengthen trust in institutions, and deliver sustainable security outcomes at scale. I have been asked by the interpreters to remind everyone if they could please speak quite slowly for the interpretation. And with that, it's a real pleasure to hand over to Mr. Valentin Wortelboer, who is our Senior Policy Officer on Rule of Law and Peace Building at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Netherlands, to moderate the session. Thank you, Valentin.
Good. Quickly checking if the mic is working. Yeah, it is. Perfect. Good. So with this, I would like to welcome you to the first plenary session of the day, titled From Local Action to Lasting Security, Building Sustainable Development Through People-Centered Security. Thank you for being here today with us, both the ones here with us in person in New York and the ones listening online. So, as Sarah said, my name is Valentin Wortelboer. I'm a Senior Policy Officer at the Netherlands of, bless you, at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Netherlands. And it is my great pleasure to serve as a moderator for today's panel. So, today we will talk about the realities of implementing people-centered security reforms and initiatives at the national and at the local level. And together we're going to explore questions such as how can you design these reforms and initiatives so that they can meaningfully deliver on people's security needs and priorities? And how can we build relationships between communities and institutions based on trust? And how can we work across the full spectrum of formal and informal actors, both state and non-state, and with local authorities and with traditional leaders? So today's panel is going to seek to address these questions and more. So I think we have assembled an exciting panel of speakers. We have with us today His Excellency Mr. Abubakar Suleiman Yeng, National Security Advisor in the Gambia, who will be joining us online today. With more than 2 decades of experience in security governance reform, including with UN missions in Somalia, Liberia, Darfur, and the occupied Palestinian territory, he now leads the Gambia security sector reform process and advises the President and Cabinet on national security. We also have with us Mr. Carlos Benitez Verdun, resident representative from UNDP Guatemala, here with us in person today. And Mr. Benitez Verdun is a senior development professional with over 30 years of experience supporting governments and international partners on development and crisis response programs. And he has held several leadership positions within UNDP across Latin America and the Caribbean. We also have with us Ms. Almat Al-Salam Al-Hajj, who is a human rights activist and founder-president of the Abductees Mothers Association in Yemen, also joining us online today. She leads a woman-led organization documenting enforced disappearances and advocating for detainees in Yemen. Since 2016, she has led efforts to document cases and support the release of detainees, bringing the issue to international attention, including the UN Security Council. We also have with us today Mr. Yuri Antoshuk, co-founder of the Obiednania Foundation and Community Security and Recovering Working Groups from Kherson Oblast, also joining us today online. And Mr. Antoshuk works on civic participation, social cohesion, and community security. And since 2020, he has supported locally led security and recovery initiatives, fostering cooperation between local authorities, civil societies, and communities. And lastly, we have Ms. Lisa Orenius, the head of governance of the Folke Bernadotte Academy, Sweden, who is also joining us online. And Ms. Orenius has extensive experience in peace building, governance, and human rights across the UN and the EU. She previously held senior roles with UNDP, OHCHR, and the Dag Hammarskjöld Foundation, and most recently led the political department of the EU monitoring mission in Georgia. By the way, if you would like to read the full bios of the speakers, they're all available on the website of the UNDP annual meeting. So before we start with the first round of questions, a few quick words about the methodology for the panel today. So we will have 2 rounds of questions for the panelists, and after the second round of questions, we will have a time for questions and answers. So please hold on to your questions until then. For our online audience, you can post your questions in the chat. Someone from the UNDP team will monitor the questions and will select a number of questions so that I can address these to the panelists. As was also said in the morning, translation is available in French, in Spanish, Arabic, and in Ukrainian. Headsets are on the seats, and for those listening to us online, there's an interpretation button on the bottom of your screen through which you can select your preferred language. So with this, we will start with the first round of questions for the panelists. And it's a kind reminder to everyone to please keep the interventions to 5 minutes maximum. So the first question is for His Excellency Abu Bakr Suleiman Yeng regarding working at the national and the local levels and on building trust. And the first question is, in the context of the Gambia shift towards a people-centered security model and a legacy of mistrust between communities and security institutions, how is the government ensuring that community-level priorities, particularly those of rural and vulnerable groups, are effectively integrated into national security sector reform decision-making and translated into tangible improvements in trust and everyday security provision? Mr. Suleiman Yeng, over to you.
Greetings from the Gambia, the smiling coast of Africa. And thank you very much for the opportunity to be part of this important event. To strengthen and ensure local and national linkage and trust building, The Gambia has anchored its security sector reform in the human agency and lived realities of its citizens. This we see as critical and important to ensure effective and efficient coordination, communication, collaboration, and partnership. To drive this transformation, we in the Gambia here are integrating community realities into national decision-making and through security sector reform centered on 5 mutually reinforcing pillars. Pillar 1 is placing citizen voice and evidence at the center of reform. Pillar 2, forging community co-ownership. Pillar 3, setting up democratic feedback loops. Pillar 4, securing institutional accountability. And Pillar 5, amplifying marginalized voices. Under Pillar 1, which is the placing citizen voice and evidence at the center of reform, in partnership with the UNDP country office and national stakeholders, the Office of National Security conducted a nationwide security needs survey, which revealed that Gambians view safety through a deeply human lens. We are now responding to the everyday concerns raised, ranging from aspects related to petty crime, livestock theft, cost of justice, abuse of power, gender-based insecurity, and unequal access to services. By doing this, we are moving beyond state-centered security models towards addressing the real security realities communities face every day while also safeguarding human dignity. Forging community co-ownership as a pillar 2, it is a realization that security sector reform designed solely in the Gambia's capital cannot sustainably build or rebuild trust. Through town halls, community dialogues, radio programs, tailored consultation with women, youth, and persons with disability, and other outreach initiatives, the Office of National Security, together with civil society, traditional leaders, and others, are expanding public space for inclusive security conversation and community engagement. We are also translating key security sector reform frameworks into local languages and simplified formats, including Brailles, to ensure they are accessible and understood by ordinary Gambians. When they know these frameworks, the citizens can actively help shape the reform process. Pillar 3, setting up democratic feedback loops. In accordance with the National Security Council Act, which was recently passed last year, 2025, precisely in November, regional security coordination committees have been established to link local security realities with national planning and policy making. With UNDP support, we are developing a new data dashboard to integrate and harmonize real-time security information from across the country. This will strengthen the community's role in channeling critical information upward, particularly from rural and undeserved areas where communities have often felt excluded from formal governance and security structures. As a result, the committees are improving local security governance and coordination while also building trust, strengthening early warning, supporting localized conflict prevention, promoting participatory and evidence-based decision-making, thus fostering shared ownership and security governance. On Pillar 4, securing international accountability, it is a given that public trust is earned through actions, not rhetoric. The government recognizes that by improving accountability, professionalism, and responsiveness, we will further improve the growing public trust in several security institutions. In view of this, we are driving professionalization through expanded human rights training, gender-sensitive policing, and strict standard operating procedures for lawful arrest and professional conduct. We are also strengthening internal oversights to directly address continued concerns regarding abuse of power, procedural unfairness, and limited awareness of complaint mechanisms. Last but not the least, on amplifying marginalized voices, noting the reality that inclusive institutions are trusted institutions, we are therefore invested in women's leadership and participation across the security sector, recognizing that more inclusive institutions are often trusted, accessible, and responsive to community needs. We are also deliberately engaging rural, undeserved, and historically marginalized communities and groups in all the activities we are undertaking under the security sector reform process. These include women, youth, and persons of disability, who often face the greatest barrier to justice and security services. Through these efforts, we are giving them agency to help shape programming, priorities of policing, community safety, conflict prevention, and service delivery. In conclusion, the Gambia's people-centered model is transforming security from a service delivery to communities into a system built with them. By linking local realities and national decision-making and ensuring citizens' participation in institutional reforms, as well as providing security with human dignity, this approach is forging tangible improvement in everyday safety, in the restoration of public confidence and trust between the state and its people. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for this contribution. I thought it was already a very inspiring first contribution to the discussion. I think it also exemplifies very well what a people-centered security model can be. The outline of the 5 pillars, I think, is a very comprehensive approach. I also liked that you put the emphasis, sir, on the fact that public trust is earned through actions, that the security services delivered to the people need to show tangible benefits to safety and security. So I think that was a very inspiring and good kickoff of the discussion. With that, I'm going to go to my right, because now we turn to Mr. Carlos Benitez Verdun. And the question for you, sir, is as follows. In Guatemala, many drivers of insecurity, exclusion, weak state presence, conflicts around land, limited access to services, play out at the local level. And UNDP has worked with municipalities and with communities to address these root causes through a citizen security approach. So could you explain, please, what the citizen security approach entails? So what has made the difference between municipal institutions that generally improve community safety and trust and those that don't?
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me here. And this is a great opportunity to learn and also to share the experience of Guatemala, of UNDP Guatemala over the last decade. And it's an honor to be here among all the speakers. Basically, first, I think that this is important. The general statement that we use to think about security is that security is not only the absence of crime, it's not only the absence of violence. And I think that this is the first thing that, because sometimes you think when you see the data, you check the data and you see that security apparently is being reduced or is being addressed. But in the end, security is more complex, it's more integrated than that. And also, we found that the security has a fundamental pillar condition to live with dignity. That's also very important because that's the only way that you trust institutions, and the only way that when there is security, that the participation in the decision-making process is feasible. And I think that security is one of the foundation, and that's important because it was also addressed by our administrator early this morning when he was talking about the foundations, foundation for governments, foundation for participation, and security is one of them. And in the context of Guatemala, indeed, and definitely is one of them. So that's why we are focusing our work, our strategy of country program document that is going to be launched in September is focusing on strengthening institutions, on strengthening the structural changes that is needed to address security. And of course, a couple of months ago, our Regional Bureau for Latin America and the Caribbean, we launched the Democracy and Development Report. And the Democracy and Development Report has identified, or is not identified, has brought, I would say, the factors driving of the insecurity, and that basically are very, very rooted in structural inequalities, because we're always talking about inequalities, but it's also important to see what about structural inequalities. Because when you have the lens of structural inequality, you need to factor how much time you really need to speed the process of development. And also it brings, the report also brings the historical exclusion, particularly at the local level, not only in Latin America, not only in Guatemala, but globally. And that's brings to the weak institutional presence and the gaps of the institutional presence at the local level. So we are landing at the local level, we're not landing at the local governance, and the lack of capacity, to talk, to speak with the central government is key in governance, but more importantly is key also in terms of security. The report also brings a fourth element that is about when you have the lens of security, you need to check and you need to realize that there are unresolved social conflicts. Social conflicts are not just coming overnight. Social conflict have been there for years, for decades. Precisely in Guatemala, now in December, we're going to be celebrating the 30 years of the peace accord that has been signed, and after 30 years, there are still some issues that keep pending, and those issues are related to, of course, exclusion, and that's related to the limited access to basic service. And I will move to the approach. What is the approach? What is the approach that we are having in Guatemala? So basically, it's on robust integrated local development and territorial approach. That's very important. We're talking in Guatemala about 18 million populations. So out of that, 43% are indigenous community, indigenous populations, so most of them located in remote areas. So one of the first point of the approach is to have a municipality at the center. Municipality at the center is key. Guatemala is made of 340 municipalities. So can you imagine the diverse of the challenges, not in terms of culture, but also geographically. So one size doesn't fit all in that term when you are designing program and projects. And the second point is on the approach is to have a dialogue and inclusive participation. Dialogue is the foundation. It's still one of the big challenges that we have by the time that we are approaching a local community, by the time we are approaching with the government and trying to articulate conversations. I like the previous session that when the participation of the private sector. So I think that's the private sector talking with local community and trying to integrate the private sector to the conversation, not only in terms of development, but also in terms of security, is key. Is key. Why? Because the private sector, they have the interest on the territory, but also there's still I would say an educational process bringing effectively the private sector to the conversation in terms of security and in terms of local development. So one of the approaches also that we have is to have the interinstitutional and intersectorial approach, because when we are saying how we are landing in an integrated way, how we are articulating the all the key stakeholders. So one thing is when you are interconnected, but you also need to have intersectorial approach. An intersectorial approach also you need to bring all the central machinery of the government center in a specific territory. I also like the introduction that was about digitalization, how you move forward, how you speed the process of this dialogue, how you speed the process of inclusion. Digitalization is playing a major role, and particularly in Guatemala, UNDP is supporting the digital transformation program that is at the central level, and we are just trying to have interconnection with 12, that's still a pilot with 12 ministries, and this is being led by the government. And by the way, we are doing this because the government has shown a very open desire of not only of UNDP but for UN to collaborate with the development process. So digitalization is very key. There is also one factor that is, I think that sometimes we miss, is about the ability to listen and to engage. When you are working in very diverse zone, in a very diverse environment at the local level, sometimes we miss the fundamentals. Just be there, just listen. Because it's not about bringing ideas, it's about just trying to understand. So I think that as UNDP, we're still working on that, and in Guatemala, from the knowledge management perspective, I think that this is something that we need to address, and we are doing that in the new country program. And connected to the ability to listen and engage and delivery, there is also to have a very useful articulation mechanism. It's not about bringing your own recipe about articulation. It's just trying how you are incorporated to the articulation that is being promoted by the government first, central government, how the local governments are being articulated. You're not bringing the new solution. You're just trying to add. You're trying to speed. And I think that the way that we approach the articulation mechanism is important. Another element is about how we focus on we have a lens on women, youth, and that's the data that is very important. Because when you see insecurity, the population who suffer the most are women, young women, indigenous women, violence, insecurity, and insecurity in all the ways and manner. So this is something also that it's not about just checking the dots in the gender market. This is about an actual and real strategy to how to address in territories where the indigenous community they have their own mechanism of governance and participation mechanism. Two more lines, and this is the last I said. The protection of human rights and civic leaders, defenders, because by the time that we are landing at the local level, so you see a lot of people, a lot of even from the UN working, promoting, working with leaders, civic leaders, and of course, violence is they are the first target of violence, and also one additional thing is when you are in zones that is being controlled by the organized crime, that's another huge, big, complex levels of challenge, because the insecurity itself is a challenge, but when you have the organized crime, when the UN or civil organization, they cannot access to certain regions, to certain communities, that's a big challenge. And that has a very different approach again, because there is a security issue that even the defenders, even the humanitarian agencies and development agents cannot access to certain. So I would say that I will stop there. Also, the human mobility approach. You know, Guatemala, there is the huge human mobility process that's historical. It's also, you need to have the approach of a human mobility, people who are being returned, especially over the last 2 years. So how you are incorporating them and how you are incorporating them, because sometimes they are the one who also suffer violence in the process of incorporation. So last, prevention, anticipation, and prospection. I think that the data and prospection is key in just not only designing, but having a very effective approach in working with local communities.
Thank you so much, Mr. Benitez Verdun. That was also a very rich contribution. You said many things. I took three key things from your points. The first of them is that security solutions that matter to people need to be designed for and with the people. Second point that I took away from your intervention is that security is part of the puzzle, but it's part of a broader area-based development approach. And the third point, which I think you emphasize also very strongly, is the importance of giving space, listening, engaging, but also protecting those that stand up for human rights. So with that, we're going to go to our third speaker. That is Ms. Amat Al-Salama Hash. And I would like to ask you, Ms. Al-Salama Hash, to talk about your experience on working with communities in the context of insecurity in Yemen. And the question is as follows. Your work with families affected by detention and disappearance, including negotiating for detainees' release, has granted you a granular understanding of what insecurity actually means for communities in Yemen. So from that experience, what does a genuinely people-centered security approach require in contexts where many communities distrust both armed non-state actors and formal institutions? And with that, I give the floor to you, Ms. Al-Salama Hash.
شكرا لكم، شكرا كثيرا على استضافتي، وأسعد الله صباحكم بكل خير. طبعا الجميع يعلم ما تمر به اليمن من انقسامات في المراكز القوى بشكل كبير جدا. من خلال عملنا في رابطة أمهات المختطفين والمخفيين قسرا تعيش، ومن خلال مرافقة آلاف الأسر التي تعيش يوميا ألم الاحتجاز التعسفي والاختفاء القسري، تعلمنا أن مفهوم الأمن بالنسبة للضحايا يختلف تماما ويختلف كثيرا عن المفهوم التقليدي للأمن. فبالنسبة للأم التي لا تعرف مصير ابنها، والزوجة التي تنتظر عودة زوجها، والأطفال الذين حرموا من آبائهم ومن الدراسة وأيضا يتعرضون للقنص وغيرها من الانتهاكات الحاصلة عليهم، لا يقاس الأمن بعدد النقاط التفتيش أو حجم القوات المسلحة، بل يقاس بمعرفة الحقيقة والقدرة على العيش بكرامة والشعور بأن حقوقهم وحياتهم محمية. في اليمن أدت سنوات النزاع والانتهاكات المستمرة إلى تآكل الثقة في كثير من المؤسسات الرسمية والجماعات المسلحة وعلى حد سواء. لذلك فإن أي نهج أمني يضع الإنسان في المركز يجب أن يبدأ بإعادة بناء هذه الثقة من خلال احترام الحقوق الأساسية للإنسان وضمان المساءلة وعدم الإفلات من العقاب. ومن واقع تجربتنا هناك 4 عناصر أساسية لهذا النهج. أولاً، حماية الإنسان وحقوقه يجب أن تكون الهدف الأساسي لأي سياسة أمنية، فلا يمكن الحديث عن الأمن في ظل استمرار الاعتقالات التعسفية والإخفاء القسري والتعذيب والانتهاكات ضد المدنيين. ثانياً، كشف الحقيقة وتحقيق العدالة. إن معرفة مصير المختطفين والمخفيين قسرا والإفراج عن المحتجزين تعسفا ومحاسبة المسؤولين عن الانتهاكات ليست مطالب حقوقية فقط، بل هي متطلبات أساسية لتحقيق الأمن والاستقرار المستدام. ثالثاً، إشراك المجتمعات المحلية والضحايا في صنع القرار، فالسياسات الأمنية التي تصاغ بعيدا عن المتضررين غالبا ما تفشل في معالجة احتياجاتهم الحقيقية. النساء وأسر الضحايا ومنظمات المجتمع المدني يمتلكون معرفة عميقة بالواقع المحلي، ويجب أن يكونوا جزءا من أي عملية تهدف إلى بناء السلام والأمن. رابعا، معالجة الآثار الاجتماعية والاقتصادية للنزاع. فالأسر التي فقدت معيلها بسبب الاحتجاز والاختفاء القسري تحتاج إلى الدعم الاقتصادي والنفسي والقانوني بقدر حاجتها إلى الحماية الأمنية. الأمن الإنساني هو أمن شامل يعالج أسباب الهشاشة والمعاناة وليس فقط مظاهرها. لقد عملت رابطة أمهات المختطفين والمخفيين قسرا خلال السنوات الماضية على دعم المحتجزين والمخفيين وأسرهم وتقديم المساندة القانونية والإنسانية والنفسية والتفاوض من أجل إطلاق سراح المحتجزين. من خلال هذه التجربة رأينا أن الحوار القائم على احترام الكرامة الإنسانية يمكن أن يفتح أبوابا كانت تبدو مغلقة، وأن صوت الضحايا قادر على بناء جسور الثقة حتى في أكثر البيئات انقساما. فالحوار مهم ومهم جدا ويصنع الكثير بالنسبة لهذه الفئات. إن الأمن الحقيقي لا يتحقق عندما يخاف الناس من السلطة أو من السلاح، بل عندما يشعرون أن حقوقهم مصانة وأن أصواتهم مسموعة وأن كرامتهم الإنسانية محترمة. ولهذا فإننا نؤمن بأن وضع الإنسان في مركز السياسات الأمنية ليس خيارا أخلاقيا فقط، بل هو الطريق الأكثر فعالية لتحقيق سلام عادل ومستدام في اليمن وفي جميع المجتمعات المتأثرة بالنزاع. وأود أن أضيف أن الثقة لا تبنى فقط من خلال المناصرة والدفاع عن الحقوق، بل أيضا من خلال خلق مساحات الحوار والتقارب بين أفراد المجتمع. خلال السنوات الماضية عملت الرابطة على مبادرات تصالحية أدت هذه المبادرات في مناطق النزاع وكانت يعني متشعبة، أدت إلى تصالح وجبر ضرر و يعني اعتراف المسؤولين بما تم من انتهاكات لهذه الأسر، وأيضا ساهمت في تخفيف التوترات وتعزيز التماسك الاجتماعي وبناء جسور الثقة بين فئات ومكونات مختلفة تأثرت بالنزاع. لقد أظهرت هذه المبادرات أن المجتمعات المحلية تمتلك قدرة كبيرة على تجاوز الانقسامات عندما تتوفر لها مساحات آمنة للحوار، وعندما يتم التركيز على القيم المشتركة والاحتياجات الإنسانية التي تجمع الناس أكثر مما يفرقهم. ومن خلال هذه التجارب تعلمنا أن بناء الثقة ليس حدثاً عابراً، بل عملية مستمرة تبدأ بالإنصاف والاحترام المتبادل وتنتهي بخلق شراكات مجتمعية قادرة على دعم السلام والاستقرار. وأشكركم على إتاحة هذه الفرصة. شكرا لكم.
Thank you so much, Ms. Amat Al-Salamahash. First of all, I would like to recognize the important work that you do in very, very difficult circumstances in Yemen. I think that in your intervention, you mentioned various challenges that you encounter. The human rights dimension you mentioned. First and foremost, to stand up for human rights and to involve the local communities in that work. You also highlighted the economic dimension, the vulnerable situation that a lot of families find themselves in after they have lost a family member. But you also emphasize the human dimension, so also the importance of working with mental and psychosocial support and dialogue. But I think that throughout your whole intervention, you also emphasize the resilience of local communities when you give them the space to engage. So thank you so much for that. We will hear from you later on as well. And now we're going to go to our fourth speaker, Mr. Yuri Antoshuk, also with us online today. And Mr. Antoshuk, I have for you the following question regarding your work managing the network of community security and recovering working groups in Kherson Oblast in Ukraine. So you have coordinated this network in Kherson Oblast since 2020, and you have lived through the occupation. Since then, you have helped establish new working groups in the occupied territories. So could you please tell us about the role of these working groups and how their work has evolved from 2020 through the full-scale occupation and now into recovery? Mr. Antoshuk, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Valentine, for the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. I will be speaking in Ukrainian today, so please take a moment to switch to the interpretation channel if you need translation. Отже, дійсно, 6 років тому у співпраці з ПРООН ми запустили робочі групи в Херсонській області, і тоді наші виклики здавалися нам дуже серйозними. Ми на рівні громад обговорювали вуличне освітлення, ми обговорювали безпеку на дорогах, підтримка спортивних гуртків для дітей, так, облаштування приміщень для зустрічі різних груп. Тоді робочі групи називались у нас робочі групи з громадської безпеки та соціальної згуртованості. Потім у 2022 році все змінилося, повномасштабне вторгнення Росії в Україну, окупація, ну і в одному, скажімо, мить усі процеси розвитку зупинилися, і пріоритетом стало єдине – це фізичне фактичне виживання людей. Окупація змінила саме розуміння безпеки. Так, вже не було питання освітлення вулиць або профілактика правопорушень. Це були викрадення людей, обшуки, пропаганда, небезпека як для активістів, для журналістів, для посадовців. І ми продовжували працювати у той період, але все ж таки зупинимось більше вже на момент після деокупації. У листопаді 22-го року, коли частина Херсонської області була звільнена, треба розуміти, в яких умовах ми відновлювали свою роботу. Були громади, де до 70% населення виїхало. Були населені пункти, де було зруйновано до 90% будинків, і здавалося, який може бути розвиток, так? І нам казали, що насправді зараз час для гуманітарної роботи, екстрене реагування, про який розвиток ми можемо говорити з вами. Безумовно, гуманітарне реагування дуже важливо одразу в момент після деокупації, але ми розуміли, що формат відновлення, формат розвитку, він дуже пов'язаний з процесом відновлення не тільки будинків, але і довіри до влади населення, довіра між різними інституціями, довіра до правоохоронних органів, до поліції, ДСНС і так далі. І тоді в 2023 році ми відновили свою роботу і створили робочі групи з громадської безпеки та відновлення, також за підтримки ПРООН. Що це за робочі групи? Це фактично дорадчі органи при військових адміністраціях, куди входять, за одним столом зустрічаються і обговорюють проблеми громади, представники військових адміністрацій, представники поліції, ДСНС, громадські організації, волонтери, різні комунальні служби. Це можуть бути представники закладів освіти, медицини, фактично всі актори, які існують в громаді. І за одним столом кожен має однаковий голос. Що це начальник військової адміністрації, що це волонтер або це представник поліції, і ми за одним столом таким чином в громадах обговорюємо питання, в першу чергу, звісно, безпеки, як відновити безпеку на доокупованих громадах. Але не тільки ми говоримо про безпеку, ми дуже багато говоримо і про соціальну згуртованість, тому що через це згуртованість якраз відбувається процес відновлення довіри між інституціями, між людьми, між тими, хто виїхав, і тими, хто залишається в громаді, між тими, хто виїхав за кордон. Тут от вже була проговорювали спікери про внутрішні напруги в суспільстві. Після деокупації дуже велика напруга і дуже багато конфліктних ситуацій виникають. Тому робочі групи в даному випадку вони виступають не тільки як інструмент для обговорення питання відновлення безпеки, так, але і яким чином ми можемо залучати людей, які виїхали, знаходяться поза межами громад, до процесу відновлення на локальному рівні. І за останні 2 роки ми створили 6 робочих груп, і минулого року доєдналось ще 2 громади Херсонської області. Вони бачать результати діяльності робочих груп. За останні 2 роки було проведено 60 засідань, в яких взяли участь близько 700 учасників. Це, як я вже казав, представники адміністрації, поліції, ДСНС, мешканці. І понад 20 локальних різних ініціатив вже було реалізовано в громадах, в деокупованих громадах, починаючи від безпекових, як то відновлення систем відеоспостереження в громадах, встановлення пожежних гідрантів для пожежників і навіть закінчуючи встановленням дитячих майданчиків. Тому що питання соціальної згуртованості залишається якраз дуже актуальним. І тут от важливо зрозуміти ще раз, що відновлення не тільки будинків у нас відбувається, це відновлення довіри між службами і між людьми. А от при фронтових громадах довіра – це якраз та ж сама інфраструктура, як вода, світло та дорога. Якщо у нас не буде довіри між різними службами всередині суспільства, то навіть якщо ми відбудуємо будинки, ця напруга всередині суспільства вона буде залишатися, і конфлікти будуть розвиватися і в подальшому. Це, якщо дуже коротко, я можу розповідати дуже багато про робочі групи. Я думаю, що в подальшому ми ще з вами поговоримо більш предметно щодо їхніх результатів діяльності, але важливо зауважити, що ось такі об'єднуючі майданчики є максимально ефективними на локальному рівні для того, щоб швидко можна було визначити ті проблеми, які існують в громаді, і швидко знайти рішення для їх усунення. І що найважливіше, саме партисипація є ключовим елементом в процесі відновлення безпеки, довіри і відновлення життєдіяльності в деокупованих громадах.
Thank you, Ms. Antashuk, for sharing insights into the important work that the network does in Ukraine. Again, also here, a lot of recognition for the important work that you do through these community groups. I think that you painted a very grim picture of the effects of the war in Kherson Oblast. And the numbers that you mentioned are very impressive on the percentages of people left and the percentages of dwellings that have been destroyed. But also here, I heard you very, very strongly highlighting the role that local communities play. And I think you also clearly explain it's not just about rebuilding the physical infrastructure. It's also about rebuilding the social fabric locally, the importance of instilling trust. And it's very clear the role that these local working groups play in that. As you also mentioned, it's not only important for building trust, but it's also very effective because through involving local communities, you can move quickly from challenges to solutions, or at least finding what those solutions are to the challenges that people experience. With that, we're going to move to the last speaker in this first round of questions, Ms. Lisa Orenius. And I would like to ask you about the forthcoming report that you have jointly developed with UNDP. So the report of UNDP and the Volker Bernadotte Academy highlights the reality of hybrid security systems, where states and non-state actors coexist. So why did the Volker Bernadotte Academy see a need for this report? And what do you consider are its main takeaways for future policy and practice? Ms. Orenius, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and good afternoon to everybody. Hello from Stockholm. And thanks for inviting me to speak. It's really interesting to come in and after all of these other speakers who have talked about the practical examples from the Gambia, Guatemala, Yemen, and Ukraine. And really, it's some difficult stories to hear, but also happy to hear also that what we have put in this report is actually being practiced in the context. So this report, which is a joint report between us, the Volker Bernadotte Academy and UNDP, is called Navigating Hybridity in Fragile and Conflict-Affected Settings. And what it does is it tends to provide practical advice for a security program that is indeed truly people-centered. And why the focus on hybridity? Well, in fragile and conflict-affected countries, as we all know, I think, who are here in this room today and online, justice and security are rarely provided by the states alone. There are armed groups, traditional authorities, community militias, customary courts, private actors, and other actors that all shape how people experience safety and access to justice. And so this hybrid security is a structural reality in the context where we work, FBA work, UNDP work, and I'm sure most of us here today. Two facts here. An estimated 2.1 billion people live in context of fragility today. And around 80 to 90% of disputes are handled outside the formal state systems. So this is the reality. And the research partnership underpinning this report was driven by a gap, what we saw as a gap. And that gap was that development actors are making still consequential decisions about engaging with non-state actors without consistent institutional guidance, shared frameworks, or learning across contexts. So that's really where this report tends to provide some guidance. The central finding of the report is that neither a blanket engagement nor a blanket non-engagement is the way forward. Both of those carry real risk. What is needed, though, is a principled, evidence-driven, people-centered framework for navigating these decisions. And there are two priorities that emerge for policy and practice. And indeed, our intention, us and UNDP, is really now that this report will be used very practically. So the first priority is stronger corporate guidance on when and how to engage, including clear red lines, decision-making pathways, and adaptation of due diligence tools that are really context to non-state actors' specific risks. The second priority is to have more adaptive, integrated programming models that can respond to rapidly shifting conditions and that treat justice and security and governance as interconnected. And for us at the Volker Bernadotte Academy specifically, this work connects directly to our mandate across. We do a lot of trainings, we do deployment, we do governance. And for us, it really reinforced the importance of starting from people's rights and lived experiences rather from the formal institution categories. And that's exactly what my fellow panelists have talked about today, making that point over and over again. I will stop there. Much more will be found in the report, which I recommend you all to read. It will be launched, or you can see it probably. It will be launched in a couple of weeks, and please read it. And if you find it useful, let us know. And thank you to UNDP for the good partnership.
Thank you so much, Ms. Arrhenius. Well, I think you summarized it perfectly. There is a knowledge gap on how to engage with these hybrid security systems. At the same time, as you pointed out, it's also a reality. So it isn't a question of engaging or neither engaging. And I think that along the main findings that you provided precisely point out the reason why we should and why we should all read the report that you mentioned. We're going to stay with you because we're going to go into the second round of questions. And the second round is also going to start with you. So I'm giving the mic right back to you. For the second question for you, I have, in which context is the Volker Bernadotte Academy currently working where hybrid security is a key issue? And how does a people-centered approach shape the Academy's work? Back over to you, Ms. Arrhenius.
Last and then the first. Let me give a couple of, thank you for the question. FBA, Volker Bernadotte Academy, we work across a range of conflict-affected contexts. We are a state agency working on peace and security issues only. So we mostly work in these contexts. And so hybrid security governance is a daily reality in many of the countries where we work. I wanted to just quickly highlight two examples that illustrate the complexity, and those are Syria and Sudan, both of which FBA, we are in a very early stage of engagement in projects on security, governance, and reform. So a few words about what we intend to do and try to do in Syria. So following the political transition, we are exploring engagement with a range of actors. And so we are talking to state institutions, information, subnational authorities, civil society, and community-based group. Because Syria, of course, is a context where governance authority remains deeply fragmented and contested. And the hybrid security landscape in Syria is highly, highly complex. There are multiple armed actors, overlapping jurisdictions, and very limited formal state capacity. So our early work is focused on trying to understand the ecosystem and identifying entry points consistent with the people-centered approach. So that means that we start from how communities and political actors understand and experience security and justice, rather from assumption about which actors we should engage. So we take the time to try to understand the needs and do our due diligence as well, and mapping this kind of ecosystem of actors. So there are very complex and foundational issues that will impact the character of the Syrian state that is emerging. Changes are very rapid, and to operate effectively, we believe that we must take on this flexible response. That is what we also highlight in this report. So we take our own lessons to bear. A few words about Sudan. Here it's different. Here we are working very cautiously in a context defined by an active conflict, contested territorial control, and a multiplicity of armed and civilian actors. So our engagement in the Sudan context is so far preliminary and mainly analytical at this stage, where we also seek to understand the power dynamics, community needs, and accountability relationships that share the security provision from the different actors. And as I said earlier, the option is not to engage or not engage with the non-state actors. You need to find a way. So the risks of both engagement and non-engagement in Sudan are acute. So what we try to do is really to apply this people-centered lens to assess which forms of engagement can realistically improve accountability and safety without inadvertently reinforcing harmful actors or arrangements. So this is how we try to, two examples on how we apply our people-centered approach in our work in practice. And for us, it means prioritizing perception data and community voices, and really take the time to build sustained relationships with local partners, while at the same time recognizing that they are themselves embedded in the hybrid security ecosystem with own interests and constraints. And the reports, I will end by just saying the report's lessons on adaptive programming and trust building are directly relevant to our deployments and advisory work in both of these contexts. Relationships take time, context shifts rapidly, and programming must be anchored in a long-term vision of rights-based accountable security provision, not just a short-term access or outputs. Again, a plug for the report. I hope you will find it useful.
Thank you so much, Ms. Orenius. And a very quick follow-up question. When is the report going to be available online?
I was just asking you, my UNDP colleagues that just earlier today, and I was told the end of June, so a couple of weeks. Watch the space.
Perfect. We'll keep an eye out on it. So thank you, Ms. Lisa Orenius, for sharing these insights on the Academy's important work in this area. I think that for particular relevance for policy design and programming, what you've mentioned, I heard you speak about analyzing the ecosystem, finding entry points, understanding the needs of people and communities, and then design a flexible and adaptive intervention on the basis of these. And that indeed very, very well aligns with the people-centered security approach. So thank you so much for that. We're going to go back to Mr. Yuri Antochuk for the second question for him. The question is as follows. So we're going to go back to the community groups in Ukraine. How have these working groups engaged with local authorities? And what has that relationship enabled communities to achieve in terms of safety, recovery, and trust? And then also looking ahead, what potential do you see for this particular model in Ukraine's long-term recovery and local security? Ms. Antochuk, over to you.
Дякую за ваше питання. Робочі групи – це максимально дієвий механізм, який показав свою ефективність. По-перше, це офіційні дорадчі органи при адміністраціях. Як я вже казав, це робочі групи, в них присутні і представники влади, і представники громадянського суспільства, представники різних служб. І поліція, і пожежники, і вчителі, і працівники медичних служб, тобто всі, хто вважає, що необхідно посилювати громадську безпеку в своїх громадах. Але якби це було тільки зустрічі заради зустрічі, звісно, ці робочі групи б не копіювалися, бо не поширювалися на інші громади. Саме через їхню ефективність інші громади зверталися до нас і доєднувалися до цього процесу. Я наведу декілька прикладів того, яким чином посилювалась громадська безпека саме завдяки цим робочим групам. Який формат роботи цих робочих груп? Під час робочих груп я їжджу безпосередньо в усі громади і виступаю певним фасилітатором цих робочих груп для того, щоб цей діалог між різними стейкхолдерами був максимально ефективним. І на цих робочих групах йде процес обговорення тих проблем, які є наразі в громаді. Далі всі представники робочих груп голосують за ті ідеї, як вирішити ці проблеми в найближчий, найкоротший термін. Проблем дуже багато, як ви розумієте, після деокупації. І ми продовжуємо жити в умовах постійних обстрілів і постійного мінування, і ці виклики, вони постійно збільшуються. Але ми розуміємо, що завжди є певне обмеження в фінансових ресурсах, людських ресурсах, і тому необхідно ставити пріоритети, що в першу чергу необхідно реалізувати в громаді. Всі учасники, як я казав, чи це представник, начальник адміністрації, чи це волонтер, вони мають однаковий голос. Під час обговорення за одним столом відбувається процес голосування за ті ініціативи, які необхідно було б реалізувати в першу чергу. Таким чином, декілька прикладів. Ми почули, що пожежники не встигають виїхати у віддалені села для того, щоб гасити пожежі через зруйновану інфраструктуру, і було прийнято рішення встановити нові пожежні гідранти в населених пунктах. Або і програма ООН профінансувала цю ініціативу. Або було необхідність проводити віддалене обстеження зруйнованих будинків внаслідок обстрілів, і фізично комісія не може виїжджати в ці будинки, тому що там продовжуються обстріли. А для того, щоб компенсувати жителям кошти за зруйноване житло, необхідно провести це обстеження. І робоча група прийняла рішення, що необхідно придбати квадрокоптер для віддаленого безпечного обстеження цих зруйнованих будинків. І програма ООН підтримала цю ініціативу, і в громаді було реалізовано. Або, наприклад, ми також в межах роботи робочих груп дуже багато проводимо досліджень в громадах. На одній з робочих груп було піднято питання, що в населених пунктах дуже зараз в Херсонській області дуже активно працюють російські дрони, які атакують цивільні автівки, пожежників. І нещодавно навіть була атака на представників ООН в Херсонській області. І це було в 23-му році. Питання піднімалось на робочій групі, що необхідно навчити цивільні служби, яким чином як їм реагувати на небезпеку від цих дронів. І на цій робочій групі ми зрозуміли, що немає ніяких навчальних матеріалів, немає ніяких тренінгів, немає розуміння, як людям можна захиститися від цієї небезпеки. І за результатами якраз цієї робочої групи було розроблені навчальні тренінги, навчальні матеріали безпосередньо нашими спеціалістами і фондом. І далі вперше був розроблений тренінг для цивільних осіб, яким чином їм захиститися від небезпеки, від атаки дронів. І далі вже випускались різні матеріали, до нас зверталася навіть організація така міжнародна, як «Репортери без кордонів», для того, щоб перейняти досвід і розробити, адаптувати ці матеріали для журналістів, які працюють у прифронтових громадах в Україні, які приїжджають за кордону, щоб тут працювати. Тобто це прикладів дуже багато, але це те, що показує, прямо ілюструє, яким чином працюють ці робочі групи. І ми розуміємо, що масштабування цієї моделі є важливим. До нас зверталися інші області, де, наприклад, програма ООН не працює, немає цих робочих груп. І ми передавали свій досвід, і, відповідно, питання масштабування, імплементації подібної ініціативи є важливим. І люди, які, наостанок я додам невеличку статистику, люди, які доєднувалися до робочих груп, ми проводили опитування після 2 років роботи робочих груп, то 98% опитаних вважають, питання, які піднімалися на робочих групах, є важливим для їхніх громад. 81% зазначали, що робочі групи сприяють підвищенню безпеки в громадах, і 79% вважають, що діяльність робочих груп допомогла вирішити конкретні проблеми громади. Тому треба розуміти, що на локальному рівні такі механізми максимально ефективні, а ті рішення, які приймаються, вони можуть поширюватися не тільки в межах України, але й за кордон, тому що ми продовжимо працювати в межах постійних атак артилерійських, дронових. І я бачив, як після деокупації люди поверталися в свої будинки, жили там, а через погіршення безпекової ситуації вони знову вимушені виїжджати. І в цих умовах ми продовжимо все одно працювати в контексті робочих груп з громадської безпеки.
Thank you so much, Mr. Antochuk. Again, a very rich contribution. I took out 3 main points. The first point is that the importance of having a strong community engagement, also securing a good buy-in from the local administration. I think you spoke very clearly to that. The second point that I took is that despite the challenging circumstances in which you work, the groups have been able to produce tangible benefits for the safety and security of the people. For example, the guidance that you mentioned to protect people from the drone attacks. And I think that the support is also evidenced in the large percentage of people who confirm also the benefits. You mentioned those figures. And the third point is that even though the model provides a very strong potential, of course, it's also depending on funding and capacity in order to scale it up. Mr. Antochuk, again, thank you so much for your contributions and a lot of appreciation for the important work that you do in Kherson. We're going to go to Ms. Amat Al-Salama Hash, again for her second question. Miss, I hope that you're ready. The question is as follows. Your work has required operating across fragmented authority structures, competing power centers, and deep political sensitivities. So what would you identify as the 2 factors that enable locally rooted actors to maintain trust and credibility across these divides? And how might external actors best support this? Ms. Al-Salama Hash, over to you.
شكرا كثيرا. كما ذكرت سابقا أنه نعمل في بيئة في اليمن، نعمل في بيئة تتسم بتعدد مراكز القوى والانقسامات السياسية والعسكرية العميقة. وخلال سنوات من العمل للدفاع عن المختطفين والمخفين قسرا والتفاوض من أجل الإفراج عنهم، تعلمنا أن الحفاظ على الثقة والمصداقية عبر هذه الانقسامات ليس أمرا سهلا، لكنه ممكن. من واقع تجربتنا هناك عاملان أساسيان لتحقيق ذلك. العامل الأول هو الاستقلال والالتزام بالمبادئ. لقد حافظت رابطة أمهات المختطفين على مصداقيتها لأنها وضعت الضحايا وحقوق الإنسان في مركز عملها بعيدا عن الاصطفافات السياسية. نحن ندافع عن حق كل إنسان في الحرية والكرامة بغض النظر عن انتمائه أو المنطقة التي ينتمي إليها أو الجهة المسؤولة عن احتجازه. عندما ترى المجتمعات والأطراف المختلفة أن مواقفنا تستند إلى مبادئ ثابتة وليست إلى مصالح سياسية متغيرة، يصبح من الممكن بناء مساحات من الثقة حتى في البيئات الأكثر استقطابا. أما العامل الثاني فهو القرب من المجتمعات والاستماع المستمر للضحايا. الثقة لا تبنى في الاجتماعات الرسمية فقط، بل تبنى من خلال الحضور اليومي مع الناس والاستماع إلى معاناتهم والاستجابة إلى احتياجاتهم الحقيقية. إن ارتباط الفاعلين المحليين بمجتمعاتهم يمنحهم شرعية لا يمكن استيرادها من الخارج، ويجعلهم أكثر قدرة على بناء الجسور بين الأطراف المختلفة. هذا بالنسبة للثقة في المجتمعات المحلية. أما بالنسبة للجهات الفاعلة الخارجية فأعتقد أنه من الأفضل فأعتقد أن أفضل دعم يمكن أن تقدمه يتمثل في أمرين. أولاً الاستثمار في الفاعلين المحليين كشركاء حقيقيين وليس فقط كمنفذين للمشاريع، فغالباً ما تمتلك المنظمات المحلية فهماً أعمق للسياق المحلي والعلاقات المجتمعية، لكنها لا تحصل دائماً على المساحة أو الموارد التي تمكنها من القيام بدورها الكامل. ولذلك نفذنا مع UNDP نفذنا مشروع عن الفضاء المدني، حماية الفضاء المدني، وكان له الأثر الكبير في ثقة الناس وثقة المجتمع بعملنا وأيضا تدخلنا في أمور أعطت المجتمع ثقة بالرابطة وثقة أيضا بالمجتمع المحلي. عملنا من خلال هذا البرنامج على تقرير للانتهاكات التي تحصل على النساء في نقاط التفتيش، كما أيضا عملنا على خارطة للانتهاكات التي تحصل أيضا على النساء والناشطات. قمنا بعمل أيضا في الخارطة في مناطق محدودة في اليمن وليس في كل اليمن. تدخلنا في مراكز التفتيش وعملنا تدخل بحيث يحفظ كرامة المرأة عندما تتعرض للتفتيش في نقاط التفتيش من الاحترام وصون حريتها واحترامها. تدخلنا أيضا في أن تكون هناك خصوصية للنساء. تدخلنا في وحدة الجرائم المعلومات لمكافحة الابتزاز، هذه الوحدة في البحث الجنائي، وأعطيناهم أجهزة وأمور تهم أو تحافظ على كرامة المرأة واحترامها من الابتزاز الإلكتروني. هذه التدخلات أثمرت عن كسب ثقة المجتمع المحلي أو الضحايا نفسهم بالمجتمع المحلي والإدارة المحلية، وأيضا بالثقة في الرابطة، وأيضا بالتدخلات التي قامت بها الأمم المتحدة. ثانيا توفير دعم طويل الأمد ومرن يحترم استقلالية المنظمات المحلية، فبناء الثقة عملية تحتاج إلى وقت وصبر واستمرارية، ولا يمكن تحقيقها من خلال مشاريع قصيرة الأجل أو أجندات مفروضة من الخارج. لقد أظهرت تجربتنا أن المجتمعات المحلية ليست مجرد مستفيد من جهود السلام والأمن، بل هي صانعة لهذه الجهود. وعندما يتم تمكين الفاعلين المحليين وحماية استقلاليتهم والاستماع إلى أصوات الضحايا جدا. أيضا من تدخلات الفاعلين الخارجيين نأمل ونرجو أيضا أن يتم الضغط على الجهات الحكومية بحيث أنه يكون هناك تفعيل لمسألة العدالة الانتقالية وتبدأ تفعل هذه القوانين. أيضا قوانين كثيرة لابد أن تراجع مع الجهات الحكومية ويتم الضغط من قبل المانحين الدوليين من أجل أن تتحقق ذلك لأكثر حماية وأكثر مسؤولية وأكثر أهمية بالنسبة لنا في اليمن. شكرا.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing lessons from your work. I took note of the two factors that you mentioned: the independence and the commitment to principles, and working close to people. That means not only to stand by them, but also to involve them and to give them voice. And also something that I took from your intervention is your message on investing in local actors as partners and not just as implementers. So thank you so much, Ms. Al-Salama Haj, for that contribution. We're reaching the final almost. I'm going to return to Mr. Carlos Benitez Verdun again. And the second and last question for you is as follows. UNDP supported initiatives in Guatemala have demonstrated that community security mechanisms require engagement with traditional authorities and with indigenous communities, not just only with formal state institutions. So how does UNDP navigate this engagement in practice?
Thank you very much for this. This is a very challenging question, by the way, because it's how, not only UNDP, how we engage with traditional authorities. So just maybe to give a little bit of context for Guatemala, I already mentioned that out of 18 million people, 43% are indigenous community. So they are divided in 4 great indigenous communities. We have the Xinca, the Mayas, with the Garifuna, and we have the Afro-descendants as well, being the Maya themselves, one of the largest one. And among the Mayas, they already have 23 indigenous families. So this is just to give a context of how complex it is to address and engage with traditional authorities. And again, in the country as such as Guatemala, where is considered the largest indigenous population in Latin America. So we also mentioned that when engaging with traditional authority, we need to keep in mind that in the case of Guatemala, the departments of the provinces where we have the highest population of indigenous community, we have the lowest capacity in terms of presence of government, in terms of presence of social policy, in terms of presence of infrastructure. So, and of course, this is a challenge in delivering programs and projects. Also, just to give a little bit of context, because I mean the data is important. The Congress members there are 160. So out of the 160 members of the Congress, only 6 of them are indigenous. 5 men and 1 woman. So again, keeping in mind, addressing traditional authorities. Out of the 340 municipality mayors, only 1 is an indigenous woman. And out of the 14 ministries of the government cabinet, only 1, the Minister of Labor, is an indigenous, considered an indigenous woman. So in a country where you have 80% of the poverty amount of indigenous, more or less, where the national average is 63, but amount of the indigenous community is 84, and also where the Mayas and the Xinca, the 80% of them they have experience of multidimensional poverty, while in Guatemala City is only 22%. So this is just to give you a context of the challenges in addressing the traditional authority in trying to address their challenges, in trying to address the development challenge, in trying to address inclusion. So in this context, of course, working with the traditional authority plays a central role in the community governance at the local level. This is very important. And I would say that maybe I just want to maybe mention 4 preconditions. It's not a precondition, but from our experience on the field is, first of all, the sustainable peace and security cannot be built exclusively through formal state institutions. So that we need to find out, we need to articulate, we need to innovate, I would say. We are lucky in Guatemala that the government have a very broad program, an ambitious program, dialogue process with indigenous community led by the president himself. It's being supported by UNDP and by the UN through a peace building fund project. But again, the challenges remains. So the second a precondition of reflection, I would say that traditional authorities are the most trusted leaders. So we shouldn't get confused in the way of when you're addressing, you need to go to the traditional leaders, you need to go to the leaders and the representation and the representative of the indigenous communities is very complex, and it also varies from one region to another region. And don't get confused also sometimes when you are engaging with some institution or some sort of association that represents certain part of the indigenous people, but not the traditional authorities. So that's of course, we all know that's a big mistake, but sometimes you are tempted to, because sometimes they make easier your work, but in the end, you're not addressing the key stakeholder. The other point is that traditional, when engaging with traditional, there is one strong condition, and this is a strong condition. Engagement should be based on respect and recognition. And this is not just to say, hey, I come here, I'm humble. No, respect and recognition by listening, respect and recognition by the articulation, by the participation. Because sometimes we have in all the contexts that big projects, big policy fails because of the lack of effective participation and recognition. And I would say that the fifth one would be that the regional authorities are not the beneficiary. So sometimes because we are some sort of project-based approach, because of the dynamics, so we are tempted to go and to see the traditional authority like a beneficiary. No, they are not beneficiary at all. They are partners and they are right holders. This is a fundamental condition. And sometimes when I go to the ground, when I go to the field, I need to prepare my mind, because I need to, are contaminated with our development process, with our development way of doing program and projects and development, and you need to transit to a more holistic approach and in engaging with traditional authorities. Some reflections. We need to continue investing in dialogue. That's fundamental. In actual and effective dialogue with traditional authorities. And that's also has to do with strengthening their capacities. Because even though they are very, very knowledgeable in terms of liaising and articulating their own communities, they are lack of a lot of capacity. And capacity to articulate and to have a conversation, effective conversation with the local authority, with the central authorities. The culturally appropriate engagement is fundamental. And again, it's not only to say, okay, in general, no, you need to focus every time we go to the Xinca area, every time you go to the Mayas area, that they have a different approach, because they have a different engagement process as well. And I already mentioned, but I'm going to recall again, there is no one-size-fits-all approach. Sometimes that's faster. And even from the project perspective, it's cheaper. No, you need to have at least a variety of methodology, and you need to address, and you need to articulate, and you need to validate. So one size doesn't fit all. And supporting engagement with the local and central institution. I think that when working with the regional authority, that's the key role that we all play. So just looking at the engagement with the local authority is a challenge. But think about the engagement of the traditional authorities with the central level authorities. So the distance is so far. It's not so far in terms of geography, it's so far in terms of the interpretation of the development, so far in terms of where is the dialogue process, where is the policy process, and where are the actual needs that they are having. So that bridging those distances is very important, and articulating local capacity, local authority, and also central authority. Also, when addressing with the traditional authority, there is one important thing that we need to remain as a platform to reduce the mistrust and to prevent escalation of tensions. Because with the daily work that we are having on the ground, sometimes you you can see the yellow flag, you can see the red flag. And this is not UNDP doing something about that. Sometimes you go there and you hear stories, amazing stories of how they overcome challenges, but amazing stories of how they are living their life with the lack of any support from no one. So this is very important that you become and you articulate with the right people. So again, it's not UNDP that should bring solve the problem, but we need to engage and we need to articulate with the national authorities. Always promoting peaceful and coexistence, and there is also that in terms of trust is to have a very strong and robust strategy in terms of meaningful inclusion and not a symbolic one. Because sometimes we go, we have the methodology, we partner, we meet them, but they are not sufficient, or maybe we have the wrong approach. So we need to have a very strong inclusion strategy that is not only symbolic. Data is very important also in working with that. Promotion and the access to information. I think that this is fundamental. Digitalization, of course, is important, but the access, working with traditional authorities, they are super well informed. They are super well informed. They are in Guatemala, you have 18 million people, and you have like a triple of the devices of phones because of the remittances, because of they communicate each other. But that doesn't mean that they are not bad informed. They are well informed, but they need the dialogue. They need to process. So I think that that's again how to bridge the articulation, and of course there is always a challenge and being seen as a trusted facilitator in all these processes. So again, this is a very interesting process in Guatemala. We are having, I would say, a sort of spring in terms of the government engagement, in terms of the government territorial approach and in terms of the inclusion, but it put on us a burden in terms of how we react efficiently to that window of opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. I know. No, thank you so much, Mr. Benitez Verdun. That was again very, very rich. So I'm not even going to try to summarize everything what you said. I think that it's very clear. Working in a highly diverse country like Guatemala, there's no way around. You have to work with the local authorities. Some of the things that I took from your recommendations, the ongoing dialogue, culturally appropriate engagement. No one size fits all, and connecting the local with the central. A quick note, I think everyone is hungry and we're over our time, so my apologies for that. We still have one response though, so I want to give the floor now to His Excellency Abu Bakr Suleiman Yang. Also, and with the request, please to stick to the 5 minutes so that we can wrap up the session. So, sir, the following question is for you. Given the high cost of the security sector alongside pressing socio-economic needs in the post-transition context, how is the government balancing right-sizing and reform of the security sector with broader development priorities? And how is security sector reform being linked to local development initiatives that deliver visible peace dividends for communities, particularly youth? So to finalize, Mr. Suleiman Yang, over to you.
Thank you very much for the question. And I think that the question has underscored as well as illustrate the nexus between security and development. Following the 2017 democratic transition in the Gambia, initial security sector reform discussions focus heavily on right-sizing personnel. However, with the realization that the ratio of the security personnel was already below international benchmark. Arbitrary reduction risk undermining state capacity, as well as the possibility of worsening fragility. As a result, the government of the Gambia redefined its objective. And the goal was not merely reducing numbers of the defense and security institutions, but right-sizing for operational effectiveness. We are therefore developing a security apparatus that is highly capable, strictly accountable, and firmly rooted in human rights and democratic civilian control. Notably, we fully acknowledge that peace and security are fundamentally anchored in Goal 16 of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Conversely, there can be no sustainable development without peace and no peace without development. In recognition of this, the Gambia has elevated security sector reform from an isolated agenda to a core pillar of the recovery-focused National Development Plan from 2023 to 2027. Basically, this is the Gambia blueprint for national development. By aligning the Gambia's security investment with SGD 16, we are shifting the way of thinking from purely state security to citizen-centric human security, thus ensuring that we create the enabling conditions necessary to drive socio-economic development. To secure this shift, the National Security Council Act of 2025 that I have referenced in the earlier discussion introduced an innovative sustainable financing model within the context of the Gambia's integrated national financing framework. The Act earmarks 1.5% of import duties to fund joint operations and security sector reform, and creates a domestic funding source that aligns security spending with national priorities. This approach, it is hoped, will progressively free up government and donors' resources for key sectors such as agriculture, education, health, and tourism, while reducing reliance on external financing and unpredictable government budget cycles. Evidently also, the Gambia has a youthful population with around 75% of its citizens under the age of 35. As highlighted in the 2024 Conflict and Development Analysis, many young people face economic exclusion, political alienation, and polarization, which can heighten instability. For this reason, peace dividends must be firmly centered on the needs of the people, especially the youth. To address this, the alternative financing approach that I have just mentioned will help redirect resources to priority sectors such as agriculture, education, tourism, and health that directly benefit young people while also supporting their empowerment and participation. At the same time, by focusing security reform on the everyday risk people and young people face, including theft, burglary, and community safety, the government is responding to citizens' lived realities and serving them. In addition, our effort to strengthen community policing, accountable dispute resolution, and local engagement have helped address insecurity and redefine the public safety narrative. Communities, especially young people, are no longer passive bystanders, but active partners in their own security, helping to mend divisions, promote social cohesion, and build trust between the state and young people. This is complemented by other efforts such as the National Action Plan for Youth, Peace and Security launched in 2025 with the UNDP country office support. The ripple effect of this renewed trust is measurable and very tangible as well. The security sector is no longer perceived as a dumping ground for the underprivileged or underperforming. Instead, we are seeing a surge of high-caliber graduated and young people actively choosing to join our security institutions, a powerful indicator of restored public confidence and social cohesion. Given the paucity of time, as you've highlighted, let me conclude by indicating that we are striving to balance robust security reform with urgent development priorities. And in doing this, the Gambia is investing in a right-based security architecture capable of promoting its people with dignity while also enabling sustainable peace, economic growth, but importantly, empowering the next generation. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Suramanyang. Thank you, Your Excellency, for this perspective on managing complex security sector reforms. You raised some important points, making the reform part of national development planning, looking for a sustainable financing model, but also recognizing the role that security sector reform has for further development within the Gambia. So with that, we should have gone to a section on questions and answers, but I think we went hugely over time, for which I give my sincere apologies to everyone in the room and also online. Takeaway point for me, be a little bit stricter on time management. I think we had fantastic speakers, and I also got a little bit carried away listening to everyone. So I think that in the sake of time and also listening to all the rumbling stomachs in the room, I think that we're going to skip the Q&A section and then to close off. So with that, I had some points prepared, but I'm not going to do those because I already gave my reflections after the panel sessions. So let me just say we have had really relevant and insightful contributions today. And with this, I would like to close the panel. And please, let's give all the panelists a big round of applause.
Thank you very much, Valentin, and for such a wonderful thematic panel to start off our thematic conversations. I'd like to invite everybody to enjoy a delicious lunch. Please do be back promptly at 1:30 for the country-focused discussion on Lebanon. The Minister of Justice is rejoining us, which is wonderful. He's spending the time with us to have a really in-depth conversation on Lebanon and the situation on rule of law. And we also have a number of important speakers joining from Beirut. So we will start promptly at 1:30. So thank you so much. And lunch is served outside in the lobby area. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Suleiman. Thank you, Your Excellency.
لا هو ايه
Mr. Imad?
Hello.
Hi.
I'm from the part.
Yes,
Yeah, I'm trying to check the translation. Where can I active it?
we're currently on a break at the moment, but we can hear you and we can see you clearly. When the
Okay.
session starts again, in about 35 minutes, maybe we can
Okay.
do another test to make
Okay.
sure the translation works. So we'll see you.
It will work in 35 minutes, you mean?
Yes,
Okay, okay.
starts again.
Okay, thank you.
All right, see you then. Thank
Okay,
you.
bye.
Hi, Mr. George or Kais. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Perfect.
Good afternoon. I'm hearing you perfectly. Thank you.
Perfect. We can also see you and hear you very clearly as well. So we will begin very shortly. Thank you for your patience.
Great. Thank you.
bonsoir. Bonsoir.
Bonsoir. أنا ما عم شوف حدا.
لأنه إحنا باينين صغار.
أنتوا عم تشوفوني؟
إيه عم نشوفك.
Okay. فإذا في problem عندي أنا. Let me check. There is 66 participants. Oh my God.
وين بزحلة؟
Yes. بزحلة.
Hi, UNDP Lebanon office. We see you and we hear you very well. We are currently live streaming and we will begin the session very shortly. So appreciate your patience.
No worries. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Imad. Welcome back. You're currently muted.
Just a moment, please.
No
Yeah. شوف هذا لا فتحوا الترانسليشن بعد ما بينت. Translation عربي international. عم بتشوف خلص بعدين بعد لو يفتح وين شفت عندك بس إيه. إذا بس مبين هيك
It's working? Yes, now it is. Can I invite you to take your seats, please? We'll start in 1 minute. Please take your seats. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, colleagues. Good evening to those of us joining online. I know we had over 200 people joining in the sessions this morning, so I think we do have a healthy participation online. I'm very pleased to welcome you now to our country-focused discussion as part of our annual meeting, and I want again to thank His Excellency Adel Nassar, the Minister of Justice of the Republic of Lebanon, who's returned back to our annual meeting this afternoon for the country-focused discussion on Lebanon, which provides a particularly compelling lens through which to examine the meeting's broader theme of securing development through rule of law, human rights and peace in a fragmented world. We have a number of critical stakeholders, including our own resident representative, joining us online as well. And I'm very pleased to hand over to Marina Walter, the Deputy Regional Director of our Regional Bureau for the Arab States, to moderate the session. Thank you very much, Marina.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Sarah. I hope everyone can hear me, especially the colleagues online. And I think we want to jump right into the session. Unfortunately, we don't have that much time, so we really want to profit as much as possible from the presence of His Excellency, the Minister here. But just a quick word, and before starting you off with a question. Obviously, you know, Lebanon is in everyone's mind at the moment. The international media coverage is quite obvious. But apart from all the challenges and the amazing resilience of the people, Lebanon is very much also a case that shows the importance of ensuring rule of law, human rights, and peace in a very much fragmented world as a basis for development. And I'm sure we'll be hearing today a lot, starting with His Excellency Minister Nassar, about the government's attempt to really navigate the country against all odds towards more stability. And I think we'll be hearing a lot also about how development at the end of the day depends on the strengths of the institutions, the rule of law. Because that, in the end, is the linkage between the government and the people, the daily needs of the people, delivering what the population in Lebanon really needs. We have a fantastic panel here in this next hour and 15 minutes, and I think without much further ado, Minister, I want to wholeheartedly thank you again. I'm sure Alexander did that this morning. The fact that you, in the midst of everything, made it here to New York to join this group is fantastic, and really a very, very big thank you. But to move on immediately to the substance, because we really are looking forward to hear from you. You took office in February 2025, shortly after the first major escalation of hostilities, and you are with us today as Lebanon, of course, faces an even more severe period of violence and uncertainty. Yet, even in this difficult time, the Ministry of Justice has in fact taken very important steps under your leadership to strengthen the functioning of the judiciary, both in practice and at the policy level, including also through and close collaboration with UNDP supporting justice reform, work on judicial reform, legal aid, and a couple of other segments. After nearly 16 months now in office, how do you see the main challenges facing Lebanon today, and why are strong rule of law institutions and also the sustained support to those institutions essential in charting the way forward for your country? Comme vous voulez, en fait. En français.
Je vais passer au français, mais je vous remercie pour votre présentation et surtout pour l'accueil que vous nous avez réservé. Certainement que je tiens donc à vous remercier, à remercier le PNUD, pas seulement pour l'accueil qui m'a été réservé, mais pour tout le travail que vous êtes en train d'effectuer au Liban. Je crois que aussi je dois dire un petit mot comme introduction sur tous ceux qui apparaissent dans le panel, parce que finalement ce sont des piliers tous du travail qui est en train d'être effectué au Liban. Le professeur Marie-Claude Najem a été ministre de la Justice dans des conditions très difficiles, mais elle continue dans un rôle important puisqu'elle est doyen de la faculté de droit de l'Université Saint-Joseph et qu'elle contribue à sa façon dans le développement des institutions et le soutien à l'accès à la justice. Le parlementaire Georges Hayes, qui est un des parlementaires les plus dynamiques dans la commission des lois et qui nous soutient énormément. Nous travaillons ensemble sur les lois sur l'indépendance de la justice judiciaire, administrative et c'est un des signataires du projet de loi sur l'abolition de la peine de mort et nous avons travaillé ensemble pour passer tous les écueils pour que cette loi puisse arriver en Assemblée générale et normalement elle doit passer en Assemblée générale. Il y a aussi Ahmad Martinos qui est bâtonnier élu. Alors sous les bombes on élit au Liban et la démocratie est toujours maintenue. Donc c'est un bâtonnier très dynamique également et qui est en totale coordination avec le ministère pour régler les problèmes et faire avancer la justice. Et je réserve aussi un petit mot pour Blerta et pour Nino qui sont pas seulement un immense soutien du PNUD au Liban, mais sont devenus même des amis parce que vraiment nous travaillons ensemble, main dans la main, sans aucun protocole, sans des complications. Donc le PNUD est vraiment partie intégrante du travail que nous entreprenons au Liban. Et nous parlons aujourd'hui dans ce forum de développement alors même que le Liban est dans la tourmente. Rien n'aura été épargné à notre pays, peut-être parce qu'il se distingue des autres pays de la région. La vie en commun et les droits fondamentaux y sont en effet les piliers essentiels. Nous subissons une guerre impitoyable entre le marteau de l'agression et l'enclume des ingérences, et une crise économique qui n'a pas eu son pareil dans l'histoire. C'est donc dans un pays sans ressources et laminé par les conflits que notre gouvernement s'est engagé à rétablir l'état de droit et les institutions. Quand nous sommes arrivés, les photocopieurs étaient sans encre et les ascenseurs du ministère en panne. C'est vous donner le cadre de l'intervention. Avant nous, des chantiers ont été engagés, mais ont été souvent bloqués ou détruits par la guerre et les tensions internes. Mais l'énergie de la société libanaise interdit le désespoir et empêche la fatalité. Le Liban a été et ne cessera d'être un pays d'opportunités. Il ne cessera de l'être parce que nous reprenons pour nous l'inscription sous le buste du maréchal de Lattre de Tassigny, ne pas subir. Je me dois de répéter d'abord que sans le monopole de la force, le Liban ne disposera pas de tous les attributs constitutifs de l'État. Néanmoins, il nous faudra aussi entreprendre des réformes qui visent à rétablir la confiance longtemps perdue entre le citoyen et ses institutions. Cette entreprise comprend l'économie, le droit, le social, la santé, la culture, tout est à rétablir ou à améliorer. Cette entreprise n'est pas sans embûches, mais les chantiers ne manquent pas. Nous œuvrons sous les bombes. Nous agissons avec le soutien des donateurs internationaux dans presque chacun de nos chantiers. Nous croisons le PNUD. Je pense même réserver à votre organisation des bureaux au ministère, ça c'est plus simple. Sur le plan de l'indépendance de la justice, nous avons agi et nous agissons sur deux axes. Le premier axe a été celui de compléter les nominations et les permutations judiciaires qui avaient été longtemps bloquées. Elles ont été effectuées loin de toutes les partitions partisanes et nous avons assuré une égalité entre les femmes et les hommes. Donc au Conseil supérieur de la magistrature, il y a autant d'hommes que de femmes. À la présidence des cours de cassation, il y a autant d'hommes que de femmes. Le second axe est celui de la participation avec le Parlement à la préparation des lois qui renforcent l'indépendance de la justice. Cela comprend le judiciaire, malgré la décision par ailleurs surprenante du Conseil constitutionnel d'annuler pour des motifs de forme la loi votée. Nous allons renvoyer cette loi au Parlement très bientôt. Cela comprend aussi la loi sur l'indépendance de la justice administrative. Par ailleurs, nous poursuivons d'autres chantiers dans notre ministère comme dans d'autres. Il nous faut répondre à la crise économique par une réforme du secteur financier, mais aussi par une réforme du secteur public lui-même. En conservant la foi, même la foi du désespoir, nous continuerons à avoir confiance. Cette confiance est également une exigence incontournable de l'état de droit. Cette confiance nécessite que soit mis un terme à l'impunité et que chaque accusé dispose des droits fondamentaux. Et j'insiste parce qu'on parle très souvent d'impunité et on oublie de rappeler que combattre l'impunité ne peut se faire qu'avec le respect des droits fondamentaux. Malgré la guerre, l'enquête sur l'explosion du port se poursuit. Malgré la guerre, des enquêtes financières sont en cours. Malgré la guerre, nous agissons pour l'abolition de la peine de mort. Malgré la guerre, nous avons adhéré à Eurojust qui garantit ou améliore l'entraide judiciaire internationale. Malgré la guerre, nous œuvrons pour l'édification de la confiance de la société en ces institutions. Cette confiance qui passe nécessairement par un judiciaire efficace et un judiciaire sur lequel les citoyens peuvent compter. Cette confiance nécessite aussi qu'un effort participatif, comme celui mis en place par le PNUD pour traiter du secteur de la justice, se poursuive. Il y a eu une plateforme qui a été mise en place. Cette plateforme fait participer toutes les parties concernées, les stakeholders, que ce soit le ministère de la Justice, le Conseil supérieur de la magistrature, l'ordre des avocats, les facultés de droit, la société civile. Donc, ils travaillent sur plusieurs sujets et cette plateforme a été mise en place par le PNUD avec, je crois, un financement de l'Union européenne, si je ne me trompe pas. Lorsque les parties concernées participent à l'élaboration d'une vision et à la rédaction des textes, le résultat devient un bien commun que chacun sera soucieux de protéger. Il faut construire la confiance, même si nous avons, hélas, toutes les raisons de l'avoir perdue. Je cite la Romain Gary, il faut continuer à faire confiance aux hommes, parce qu'il importe moins d'être déçus, trahis et moqués par eux, que de continuer à croire en eux et à leur faire confiance. Il est moins grave de perdre que de se perdre. Le Liban regarde le monde avec désarroi. Alors que nous nous soucions avec le PNUD de rendre la justice accessible à tous, nous voyons la planète glisser inexorablement vers la loi de la jungle. Tout le monde parle encore de droit, mais le plus souvent pour l'instrumentaliser. Nous subissons la guerre et les fracas des bombes qui auraient dû nous rendre sourds. Nous voyons le cynisme international réhabiliter les extrêmes et justifier le crime jusqu'à en souhaiter en être aveugle. Nos appels contre l'agression et l'ingérence résonnent dans le vide jusqu'à en devenir muets. Des forces puissantes tentent sans relâche de faire de l'arbitraire la loi du monde. L'arbitraire en droit international comme en droit interne est une bête immonde. C'est lui qui cherche à bâillonner la justice, c'est lui qui trouve de plus en plus de complices dans le monde, c'est lui qui se cache derrière de fausses légalités pour enterrer la légitimité. Le travail que nous faisons aujourd'hui, les projets que nous lançons avec le PNUD, doivent se rejoindre pour réaliser un but commun, le rétablissement de l'état de droit avec une protection des droits humains et le rétablissement du droit des gens. Alors que nous empêchons l'arrestation de journalistes, ceux-ci meurent aujourd'hui sous les bombes. Alors que nous invoquons le principe de non-ingérence, on fait de notre peuple une chair à canon. Mais nous ne désespérons pas. Il nous faudra poursuivre nos efforts dans un monde en pleine décomposition. Il nous faudra y croire malgré des vents contraires. Il nous faudra le faire avec sincérité et persévérance. Il nous faut ici rappeler au monde que si le Liban tombe, l'espoir sera vaincu par tous ceux qui croient que la démocratie et le droit sont plus forts que l'arbitraire. Pour conclure, il nous faut répéter que le Liban ne pourra sortir de ses tourments à répétition qu'en contrôlant son avenir. Permettez-moi alors d'achever mon intervention avec 4 vers du poème Invictus qui disent « Aussi étroit soit le chemin, nombreux les châtiments infâmes, je suis le maître de mon destin, je suis le capitaine de mon âme. » Merci.
Minister, thank you so very much. I very much like that you keep on also pointing to the need of trust, the trust between the institutions, between the population, and really just listening to you outlining what you have been trying to achieve and the vision you're pursuing against all odds and amongst the bombs is more than inspiring. Thank you so much for being here. We have 5 more colleagues who we want to have participate, so we swiftly move on. But after everyone spoke, we would love you to come back one more time to comment, since you're obviously sitting very much at the center of this. But I would like to move on the discussion to call on the Member of Parliament, Monsieur Georges Aucais. And I hope that you can hear us and are ready to take the floor. Monsieur Aucais, you bring a unique perspective to this discussion as a former judge, a practicing lawyer, and a member of parliament, and a member of the Administration and Justice Committee. So you have also been an important partner for us in UNDP in rule of law reform efforts, including through the Justice Forum and work on judicial independence. So we would like to ask, from where you sit, how do you see Parliament's role in advancing the rule of law at this critical moment for Lebanon, as the Minister already pointed out, and in helping to ensure that these reforms in fact respond to the country's current challenges and future needs? Monsieur Aucais, the floor is yours.
Thank you. J'avais songé à donner mon intervention en langue arabe, ma langue natale. Puis j'ai fini par préparer un mot en anglais. Mais chaque fois que j'entends Monsieur le ministre Adel Nassar donner un discours en français, la langue de Molière, je suis toujours tenté par le copier, tellement il est éloquent, par la forme et par la substance. Alors je confirme et j'approuve son intervention, même si on est sur 2 rives différentes. Lui, c'est l'exécutif, moi, c'est le Parlement et l'oversight. J'approuve aussi tout ce qu'il a dit à propos de son Excellence, Madame la doyenne Marie-Claude Najem, Monsieur le bâtonnier Martinos, et surtout mes chers collègues Berta et Nino et toute l'équipe du PNUD au Liban, qui sont non seulement des partenaires internationaux, mais des gens qui portent avec nous le fardeau de l'absence de la confiance dans les institutions officielles du Liban et qui s'acharnent avec nous à faire du Liban un état de droit en bonne et due forme. Je commence par dire que le Parlement libanais, qui est la plus ancienne institution et qui détient le rôle de l'observation, de la législation, de l'oversight sur le gouvernement, le Parlement actuel est tellement fragmenté qu'il n'arrive pas à exercer le rôle qui lui est confié par la loi. Il est fragmenté politiquement et il y a un clivage vertical entre les différents blocs, ce qui empêche un travail de groupe sérieux, approfondi et qui puisse être à la hauteur des défis actuels du Liban. Avec un bail-law qui est vraiment caduc, qui date depuis l'accord de Taïf en 1992, qui a été révisé une seule fois en 2004 et que le président de l'Assemblée refuse jusqu'à maintenant pour des raisons politiques essentiellement de mettre à jour notre bail-law. À mon avis, et heureusement que la UNDP est en train maintenant de se pencher vers ce dossier vital, à mon avis, crucial même, parce que sans un Parlement efficace, avec des directions de recherche, de digitalisation de toutes les SOPs, on a mal à être au niveau des standards internationaux en matière de législation. Deuxièmement, il y a aussi le problème des droits de l'homme au Liban. Actuellement, il y a beaucoup plus de déplacés au Liban que de gens qui résident dans leur demeure. Il y a 1 million de déplacés libanais déjà qui ont fui le sud du Liban vers des régions plus sécurisées. Il y a un bon nombre de réfugiés syriens qui restent toujours au Liban et il y a les réfugiés palestiniens qui est un dossier, une plaie dans le corps libanais qui date des années 40. Donc, il y a plus de gens marginalisés au Liban que de gens qui ont tous leurs droits que la Constitution et les conventions internationales leur accordent. L'état des prisonniers au Liban aussi est lamentable. Je sais très bien que Monsieur le ministre déploie tous ses efforts avec un financement déjà très dérisoire pour le ministère de la Justice, avec 0,5% du total du budget. Donc, on est sous le standard international qui est entre 2,5 et 3,5 du budget. Et avec ça, M. Nassar n'épargne aucun effort pour améliorer l'état actuel des prisonniers qui est vraiment très dangereux et très inquiétant. La loi sur l'amnistie, peut-être, on n'est pas tous d'accord que c'est le bon remède et le remède durable pour cette question, mais il nous faut à tout prix un échappatoire actuel, momentané, qui puisse réduire le nombre considérable de prisonniers dans les prisons libanaises et que, à partir de là, on pourrait donc réfléchir à une solution plus durable. Il y a beaucoup de projets de loi et des propositions de loi, des initiatives législatives du gouvernement et du Parlement qui ont traîné pendant des années dans les commissions parlementaires. C'est pas, si je peux dire, dû à une mauvaise foi ou bien à une conspiracy theory de la part des députés, mais c'est la bureaucratie de la machine parlementaire libanaise qui, je souligne encore une fois, doit être impérativement réhabilitée et modernisée. Notre collaboration avec le PNUD au Liban a donné un fruit, à mon avis, qui est très cher à mon cœur, le Justice Forum, qui unit sur une même table toutes les parties concernées, telles que mentionnées par Monsieur le ministre, mais il a manqué la mention du Parlement. Donc, je suis moi-même le représentant du Parlement dans ce forum. C'est une première, à mon avis, au Liban, une expérience sur laquelle on pourrait bâtir beaucoup d'autres expériences similaires. Maintenant, on est en train de revoir la loi sur l'indépendance de la justice administrative, la réforme du Conseil d'État libanais, qui a pendant des décennies joué un grand rôle dans l'état de droit libanais. Donc, et je sais que vous avez une limitation dans le temps. I will switch to English. The rule of law is not an abstract concept for Lebanon right now. It's the difference between having a state and not having one. It's the difference between justice and revenge, between accountability and impunity, between a country that can recover and one that will collapse into chaos. When there is no functioning justice system, there is no deterrent to crime, corruption, or violence. When there is no rule of law, there is no basis for economic recovery. No investor will put money into a country where contracts cannot be enforced properly and property rights are not protected. When there is no rule of law, there is no social cohesion. Communities fragment, sectarian tension explode, and the state loses its legitimacy. Lebanon is at that precipice right now. We are not debating the finer points of judicial reform in an abstract sense. We are debating whether Lebanon will have a functioning state when the crisis ends. The role of Parliament is very crucial. I believe Parliament must step up. And where I see my role as particularly crucial. For years, I have been presenting, signing, and fighting for propositions that address the fundamental weaknesses in our justice system. I have chaired subcommittees that have wrestled with these issues. I have refused to let these propositions die in the bureaucratic machinery of Parliament. But I cannot do this alone. And this is where my partnership with the UNDP has been so vital. The UNDP is not just an external observer. Through the Justice Forum and our collaborative work on rule of law, the UNDP brings international expertise, comparative experience, and a commitment to seeing these reforms actually implemented. When Parliament works with the UNDP, we are not just drafting laws in a vacuum. We are aligning ourselves with international best practices, with global standards, and with a network of partners who can help us succeed. Parliament's role is at this critical moment is threefold. First, we must accelerate reform. The propositions we have been debating for years must move forward, not in the distant future, but now. We need judicial independence legislation that actually works. We need military tribunal reform. We need media law reform. We need to abolish capital punishment. These are not competing priorities. They are interconnected elements of a functioning justice system. Second, we must ensure that these reforms are implemented, not just written into law. There is a graveyard of Lebanese legislation that was passed but never enforced. Parliament must exercise oversight. We must demand accountability from the executive. We must ensure that the justice system actually functions. Third, we must position Parliament as a champion of state recovery. The rule of law is not a side issue in Lebanon's reconstruction. It's central to it. When we pass reform legislation, we are not just improving the justice system. We are signaling to the international community, to investors, and to our own citizens that Lebanon is serious about rebuilding as a functioning state. I stand before you today as someone who has been consistent in this fight. I have not abandoned these propositions when they become difficult. I have not moved on to other issues. I have remained committed to advancing the rule of law because I believe it is the only path forward for Lebanon. And I'm committed to deepening my partnership with UNDP and with the international community. We need this support. We need this expertise, the resources, and the political backing that international partners can provide. But we also need to be clear, this is ultimately Lebanon's fight. It is Parliament's responsibility. It's our duty to our citizens. Thank you.
Monsieur Okoye, thank you so much. It was fantastic to have you in French and in English. Thank you so much for helping to bridge that gap. But I think the way you brought this almost existential case forward and really outlining that, having access to justice, a security sector, a functioning rule of law system is really what differentiates the countries between fragility and functioning. It's not, as you said, just an add-on, but it's crucial and existential for any country to exist and to function, and to see and understand again that within all the challenges that Lebanon is facing, the parliament, the government have joined hands to actually sustain this and put this forward is admirable, and I think leaves the audience here also in awe. Thank you so much. I hope that you will stay online when we are now moving to our next speaker, this time from the academia, Madame Marie-Claude Najim, Dean of the Faculty of Law and Political Science. Madame Dean, I hope you are online and can hear us and see us, and fantastic, we'll see you now. Thank you so much to the panel, and we're immediately moving to a question that we put forward for you, and we'll be really grateful. Madame, Lebanon's compounded crises have deepened, of course, the vulnerabilities of the country and widened the gap again and again between people and the institutions meant to protect the people's rights. From your perspective, where you sit as a former Minister of Justice, a lawyer, and an academic leader, what are, in your eyes, the key challenges in building a stronger rule of law culture in Lebanon? And how can universities such as yours contribute to making justice and rights more accessible, more practical, and responsive to people in everyday life? Thank you so much for joining us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you. Do you hear me? Because I was told I needed to speak a bit more loud, so I just want to check. Okay, great. So I will not let Minister Nassar be the only one speaking in French, and I will speak in French, and if there is any questions, I would be happy to address in French or in English or in Arabic. J'aimerais d'abord bien sûr remercier le PNUD pour son soutien au Liban et dire ma joie d'être aux côtés de Blerta, parce que je suis venue ici au bureau du PNUD, et de participer à ce panel qui est très riche, le ministre Nasser, le député Aïs, le bâtonnier Martinos, qui mènent tous dans des circonstances très difficiles, et chacun de là où il se trouve le combat du droit et des institutions. Alors, vous avez évoqué dans votre question la culture de l'état de droit, une justice et des droits accessibles aux citoyens. Et ces mots paraissent un peu surréalistes à un moment où notre pays subit les affres de la guerre et des crimes d'une guerre qu'il n'a pas voulu, et des crimes de guerre ininterrompus. Mais je crois pourtant que le délitement du droit et l'effritement des institutions ne sont pas étrangers à la situation que nous vivons et à la situation de guerre que nous vivons aussi. Et qu'aujourd'hui, encore plus qu'hier, parce que tout est connecté aussi, c'est le moment de parler de droit et de protection des individus. Alors, votre question appelle tout un chantier. Comment répondre en 5 minutes? Je vais peut-être évoquer très rapidement un ou deux points, en montrant aussi comment les universités, parce que c'est une de mes casquettes, peuvent contribuer à cette culture de l'état de droit. Le premier point, il est préalable et essentiel, il paraît évident, mais je pense qu'il n'est pas aussi évident que cela. C'est la nécessité de construire un état de pleine souveraineté dans tous les sens du terme. Donc, pas seulement, bien sûr, la souveraineté qui résulte du monopole de la contrainte, cela va de soi, parce qu'on ne peut pas imaginer un état sans cela, mais aussi, et dans notre pays, c'est tout aussi difficile, une souveraineté qui englobe la justice économique et sociale. Et je pense que le soutien extérieur, le soutien des Nations Unies, le soutien des pays amis du Liban devrait non simplement, bien sûr, être lié à des critères politiques, mais exiger de placer la responsabilité, l'équité, la justice au cœur de tous les programmes de réforme qui sont soutenus. Parce que si ces projets, si ces réformes ne s'attaquent pas à ce que je vais appeler l'économie profonde de l'exclusion, de la mainmise, de l'impunité, on en a déjà un peu parlé, qui ont caractérisé la gouvernance du Liban de l'après-guerre, depuis 1990, nous aurions des réformes un peu procédurales, un peu sélectives, qui risquent de conduire à une conformité de façade, la survie des mêmes élites, et ce qui pour moi est vraiment les atteintes qui ont été portées à toutes les composantes de l'État, à toutes les composantes de la souveraineté, qui expliquent l'ampleur de la crise qui frappe le pays depuis des années. La violation, bien sûr, du monopole de la contrainte, la capture, la mise en coupe des institutions, mais aussi le triomphe des intérêts particuliers, des intérêts privés, des intérêts financiers. Et l'une des vertus, si j'ose dire, je ne peux pas dire que l'effondrement a une vertu, mais peut-être que l'une des vertus de l'effondrement de l'État, c'est précisément de nous imposer à nous, d'imposer à la société civile, de renouer avec la nécessité de l'État. Un État au service du bien commun, de la protection des individus. Et je le dis et j'insiste parce que nous avions longtemps accepté de mettre l'État en veilleuse. Nous avons longtemps été obnubilés par le succès du génie libanais individuel, de la résilience du secteur privé que nous avons parfois oublié justement, qu'on ne pouvait pas avoir de protection, de dignité sans un État qui l'assure. Le deuxième point, et j'en arrive peut-être un peu plus près au droit et à la justice, je crois, je remercie le ministre d'ailleurs d'avoir parlé de la réforme du secteur public dans son ensemble, parce que c'est impossible de percevoir les problèmes de la justice comme un dossier à part, qui peut être traité indépendamment des mots MAUX et des limites dont souffre l'État libanais lui-même. Parce que il me semble que la justice, comme l'administration civile, comme l'administration militaire dans notre pays, est victime de la perversion des pratiques politiques et du système politique. Un système qui a transformé l'objectif noble au départ de participation de tous au pouvoir en un système de clientélisme confessionnel, ce que nous connaissons sous le nom de muhassasa chez nous. Et ça s'est concrétisé notamment, mais pas exclusivement, par l'application d'une règle absurde et anticonstitutionnelle qui consiste à allouer des postes à des communautés spécifiques. Et ce système a fait des hauts magistrats, parfois comme des grands commis de l'État, des directeurs généraux, les diplomates, les chefs des services de sécurité, mais même des doyens et directeurs de l'université publique, les représentants des leaders politiques. Et la première victime de cette situation, ce sont les droits des individus. Il faut donc à minima essayer de libérer l'administration de cette entrave. Et je salue d'ailleurs les efforts du ministre Nasser pour essayer de limiter les ravages de ce système et de mettre en avant le principe de compétence et la nécessité de l'état de droit. Alors à l'université, pour en venir à l'université, nous travaillons beaucoup avec les étudiants pour les sensibiliser à ce reformatage de l'esprit, de la culture de l'État, parce que les habitudes ont la vie dure, et à la nécessité de mettre le bien commun, la protection de l'individu, de ses droits, au-dessus de toute autre considération, pour que les droits de l'homme ne soient pas précisément ou simplement des proclamations théoriques, mais pour que ce soit aussi une réalité effective. Alors, j'en donnerai deux petits exemples et je terminerai par là. Le premier exemple a bénéficié directement d'ailleurs du soutien du PNUD. Il vise à assurer de manière concrète l'accès aux droits et à la justice. Je veux parler bien sûr du dispensaire juridique que nous avions créé à la faculté en 2012, qui fournit une assistance juridique gratuite aux populations vulnérables et qui est orchestrée en réalité par les étudiants sous la supervision des enseignants avocats et qui est intégrée au cursus de licence. Donc, c'est une des matières qui est créditée. Et depuis 2022, nous avons pu élargir, développer les services offerts par le dispensaire grâce à l'accord conclu avec le PNUD dans le cadre d'un projet financé par l'Union européenne, piloté par le ministère de la Justice, en partenariat avec le HCR et avec les barreaux de Beyrouth et de Tripoli. Et je tiens à les remercier encore, le PNUD et tous nos partenaires institutionnels pour cet effort collectif. Je sais que le groupe de travail sur l'accès à la justice qu'ils ont formé ensemble a permis de développer une vision novatrice de l'aide juridique en mettant en place justement ces modèles variés, complémentaires, avec les barreaux, avec les municipalités, et le partenariat avec le dispensaire juridique de l'Université Saint-Joseph constitue un de ces modèles. Le deuxième exemple, toujours à l'université, c'est un cours qui a un nom un peu particulier, qui s'appelle « L'État, c'est nous ». We are the state, dans le cadre d'un programme Youth for Governance en partenariat avec Silent. Alors, nos étudiants, au lieu d'aller dans un amphi et d'écouter un cours, vont aux côtés d'étudiants d'autres universités et d'autres disciplines investir une administration publique pour financer un projet de réforme, de modernisation, de bonne gouvernance au service du citoyen. Et pour nous, c'est important parce que c'est une manière de réconcilier la jeunesse libanaise avec le service de l'État et du citoyen, de ne plus percevoir l'État comme un corps étranger, comme un corps fallu, alors que l'État, au contraire, a besoin d'être réinvesti par toutes les femmes et les hommes de bonne volonté. Et je profite donc d'ailleurs de cette occasion pour proposer au ministre Nassar, dans cette période très compliquée, de consacrer la prochaine édition de l'État, c'est nous, à un programme en coopération avec le ministère de la Justice, s'il en est d'accord, parce que je crois profondément que le partenariat des universités et de l'administration publique, avec le soutien bien sûr de nos partenaires internationaux, est primordial pour que nous puissions tous ensemble, malgré les difficultés, et le jour où, espérons-le, nous vivrons sous des cieux un peu plus cléments, continuer à faire avancer la règle de droit, la bonne gouvernance, la protection des droits fondamentaux et finalement la protection de la dignité humaine, parce que c'est la dignité qui est au cœur de tous les droits. Je vous remercie.
Thank you so very much for this very rich contribution and really also pointing to the important role universities are playing and can play, not just to reach out, to be the bridge between youth and state, but also to help making really a lived reality, the rule of law, access to justice, and how important it is to do that in very close collaboration, both with the government, but also the existing state framework. Thank you so much, and it's good indeed to see you at the table together with our UNDP ResRep. I think that's a living proof of the bridge that UNDP is trying to play in supporting on the ground. Two more speakers that we're trying in a bit of a race against the clock, because we're hoping to still have a little bit of time for some questions, given the panel that we have here. Moving on to Maître Martinos. Martinos. I hope you can hear us and see us. Maître, I would like to hand you. Oh, voilà. Very good to see you, sir.
Oui, bien sûr. Bonsoir.
Très bien, bonsoir. I would love to hand you the floor with a bit of a question and in introduction. To state in Lebanon's succession of crisis, Maître, the Beirut Bar Association that you're heading has repeatedly stepped forward to help safeguard people's rights, including in a partnership with UNDP. This was the case, particularly in providing legal assistance to the victims and families of the 4th of August 2020 port explosion in Beirut that made headlines all around the globe. But also more recently in supporting access to legal justice and assistance for individuals during interrogations by security institutions. At the same time, of course, you and the bar remain a central actor in broader national efforts to strengthen legal aid and also access to justice. In times of crisis now, and that's very much what you're facing in Lebanon, the demand for legal protection often increases while access to justice and security services can become more difficult. And I'm sure that's exactly what you and your colleagues are facing. So if we can ask you, what are the most pressing challenges that you see in ensuring that people can effectively claim their rights? And how can the Bar Association help ensure the rule of law is protected, not only in principle, but in people's everyday life and in interaction with justice and security institutions? Monsieur Martinos, the floor is yours. En français ou en anglais, comme vous voulez.
Oui. Bonsoir.
Bonsoir.
Tout d'abord, mes salutations à Son Excellence, le ministre, à Son Excellence, et le député Georgia S. Et à Madame la doyenne, Marie-Claude, et à vous tous. Alors, je veux parler en anglais. Dear colleagues and guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's both an honor and a profound responsibility to speak today about the role of the Beirut Bar Association in safeguarding justice, protecting human rights, and upholding the rule of law. The Beirut Bar Association, or BBA, is not simply a professional body representing lawyers. It is first and foremost a guardian of justice. Whenever justice is compromised, rights are threatened, or institutions are weakened, the legal profession has a duty to stand firm in service of the public good. Justice cannot survive without independent lawyers, just as democracy cannot flourish without accountability, and state cannot survive without authority. In this regard, we believe in the state, not a weak or absent state, but a strong, fair, and responsible one. A state worthy of trust is one where institutions prevail over arbitrariness, justice prevails over impunity, and law prevails over force. And frankly, we are still searching for the state. This brings us to one of the greatest challenges confronting our societies, the culture of impunity. Following the tragic Beirut port explosion on the 4th of August 2020, the partnership between the BBA and UNDP provided legal assistance to victims and their families, supporting their pursuit of trust, accountability, and justice. More recently, this partnership has expanded, providing legal assistance during security interrogations. This reinforces due process, protects fundamental rights, and further upholds the rule of law. The BBA believes that access to justice is a fundamental right which is guaranteed through partnerships such as UNDP, who continue to promote trust in institutions and protect the justice and the human dignity. In that sense, Lebanon urgently requires a comprehensive reform agenda. First, we must safeguard the independence of the judiciary, since a truly independent judiciary is the cornerstone of justice. Judges must be protected from political interference, and appointments must be based on merit. The recent judicial reassignments, paired with the law on the organization of the judiciary system, which was returned by the President of the Republic for further improvements and safeguarding, constitute a big step in the right direction. Second, we must modernize our legal and judicial systems, for delayed justice weakens confidence and increases frustration. Court procedures must become faster, transparent, and accessible through administrative and digital reforms that ensure efficiency and fairness. Third, combating corruption and preventing impunity must become a national priority. Accountability cannot be selective. Fourth, we must rebuild the authority of the state itself by reducing fragmentation and parallel systems. Lastly, reform requires a renewed culture of justice that is not a favor granted, but a right guaranteed. At the end of the day, justice is not only the responsibility of courts, it's the responsibility of a nation. Only then can we move from crisis to stability, from war to peace, from impunity to accountability, and from uncertainty to justice. Thank you.
Maître Martino, thank you so much. I know it's quite late already where you are, so I really appreciated that you joined us here today, and I very much like the note you ended on, the need for a renewed culture of justice, which indeed is the task for the whole nation, not just the institutions and the government. But also, since I still want to hand over back after Blerta spoke to the minister, I'm sure he will have a few more words on the reform agenda and the need to modernize, because this is very much on his vision and interest. Last but not least, I think, just to end the cycle of speakers and hopefully have a few minutes to open up the floor, Blerta Liko, who I already saw online, the UNDP resident representative. Very good to see you on the ground and on the screen. There you are. And throughout the number of presentations, UNDP was mentioned already, and it's very good to see that UNDP is perceived as a bridge that helps, that supports institutions and agendas. But if you can tell us a little bit more about UNDP's work in Lebanon, that seems to show how rule of law programming often sits, in fact, at that intersection of crisis response, stabilization, and long-term reform. So how does UNDP respond to immediate pressures while keeping a clear line in sight on the justice reform at large, human rights, security sector support against the backdrop of sustainable development? Blerta, the floor is yours. En français ou en anglais, comme tu veux.
Les deux comme ça parce que le ministre a mis la pression tellement haute. Donc, bonsoir et bonjour. Et permettez-moi tout d'abord d'adresser mes sincères remerciements à nos distingués panélistes pour leur présence parmi nous aujourd'hui. Votre expertise, votre engagement et votre expérience constituent une contribution précieuse à cette réflexion essentielle sur l'avenir de la justice, de la gouvernance et des institutions au Liban. Dans un contexte marqué par des défis complexes, le renforcement de l'état de droit demeure une condition fondamentale pour restaurer la confiance des citoyens, garantir les égalités devant la loi, protéger les droits et libertés fondamentaux et promouvoir un développement durable et inclusif. Les échanges que nous aurons aujourd'hui sont particulièrement opportuns et nécessaires. Donc, je suis particulièrement très honorée de pouvoir compter sur ce panel, mais aussi sur la collaboration très, très précieuse et vraiment dans des perspectives qui enrichissent notre compréhension des défis actuels et des opportunités de réforme et de progrès. Donc, vraiment, je voulais souligner également que vos réflexions et recommandations revêtent une importance particulière au-delà du contexte libanais. Je pense que votre contribution va contribuer de manière significative les réflexions du programme des Nations Unies dans l'échelle mondiale, et je pense dans le sens même plus large, surtout dans le contexte de crise. Les enseignements tirés de vos expériences et analyses aideront à orienter les stratégies des programmes des Nations Unies et les partenariats du PNUD afin de mieux répondre aux défis contemporains et de renforcer l'impact de son action dans différents contextes. Maintenant, I switch it in English and I will make it very short because already the contribution of UNDP was very much highlighted. But UNDP has three fundamental principles engaging in Lebanon, especially when it comes to the rule of law. First of all, we don't work in sequential. We respond to the crisis while at the same time, every contribution contributes to extension of the state authority, contributes to reinforcing really the national institutions, and most importantly, really in extending the state authority across Lebanon according to the 1701, and more importantly, in reinforcing the trust between the citizen and the state. And I think these are the fundamental principles towards which UNDP contributes into its work on the rule of law. Already it was highly mentioned that the country is facing really a convergence of crises that has sharply increased the people's, I would say also institutions' vulnerabilities, and therefore putting very much pressure on the justice, security, human rights that are tasked for protecting them. So over the past period, the concern has too often shifted from inefficient service delivery to incapacity to provide basic justice, security, protection services at the scale and speed required. Therefore, our approach towards really, we call it the safeguards, the reform and transform, 3 tracks that run in parallel. The first one, the minister already highlighted that how to not paralyze the justice system and sector and security institution from working, starting from basically making and providing all the support to the courthouses, to the institutions themselves, to maintaining the essential equipment, to have them function. I mean, we are not talking anecdotal stories when we talk about the solar panels, to have electricity or to have the right printer or the right, digital system, and to enable institutions, therefore, to continue operating despite severe resource constraints. The justice system in the country cannot run out of parallel systems. Therefore, our crisis response is oriented towards development lasting objectives. The second part is the reform. So we cannot wait for the crisis to be over in order to work on the reform. And the reforms were highlighted. But in the crisis context in Lebanon and elsewhere, what we need to learn is that we need to have the agility, the ability, and the mindset where everything that we do as UNDP and as the UN has to push towards reforms that basically push the security, human rights institutions to strengthen their effectiveness, accountability, and systems. So the effectiveness alone is not going to be enough if the institutions are not accessible, trusted, or perceived as serving people fairly. And this is where the connection between the safeguard and the reform comes into connection. And the third one is the transform, right? It's about elevating the stake and supporting a people-centered approach that helps rebuild the relation between institutions and communities. So we're talking about the human rights, but at the foundation of the human rights is rights, but also the duty bearers' ability to deliver for the rights and the people to have access to the rights. Therefore, moving, for example, from a police force to a police service, and this is also comes to bear with the integration that the justice sector alone cannot be performing well and being transformational in people's life. It is not connected across the ecosystem of what we heard from the legislative power, from other executive power, and also from the behavioral through the academia, but I would say even civil society and broader engagement. So the 3 principles that I mentioned, but already were highlighted with concrete examples, the interdependence, the integration and complementarity. So these are the 3 angles also. That's why when I think calling more on colleagues who are working on the rule of law and program approaches and how UNDP pushes its practice towards helping the member states and the countries that gives us the trust to work with them and also the privilege and the honor, it's really to look at in a comprehensive way. So it's not going to be one project that is going to fix a safeguard, a reform, a transform. It needs to be an approach anchored really in good governance and the principles of the rule of law. So I think I leave it at that, but I cannot thank you enough for the trust vested in UNDP and all the panelists, His Excellency, Minister, and also all the panelists know very well that with the trust comes a lot of responsibility. So us as a team UNDP, you have Nino there, I have Tylene and Lynn here. it's really about how much we feel supported by the trust, but how much it's encouraging basically to deliver more, to deliver better. And basically, hopefully that we have learned a lot from this panel, also as a UNDP Global. So thank you, over to you.
Berta, thank you so very much. And I'm immediately going to hand back over to the minister to see what sort of quick reflections he has on this incredible rich panel. Again, a very big thank you. It's late where you all are. So the fact that we managed to pull together so much experience and knowledge around this example that Lebanon, against all odds, under bombs, in the current challenges, still manages to offer is amazing. But Minister, back over to you before we see whether we have maybe time for one or two questions.
No, I noticed the word quick, so I'll try to be very quick. In reality, what I would like to say is few ideas or few principles to take into consideration when we address all the reforms process. And the main thing, especially related to Lebanon, is sustainability. Because it is very easy to start a project and it is very hard to maintain this project going on afterwards. So what we discussed a lot with the team in Lebanon of the UNDP, and again I have to extend all my gratitude to Berta and to Nino, because they were always discussing, trying to cooperate and to understand the problems. And I have to repeat one second thing, more than sustainability. It is very important also that we take into consideration the specificities of a country, but the specificities of the country shouldn't be raised as a mean to block reforms, because it's sometimes a pretext not to do something. And specificities exist, are important, but shouldn't be a way to disrupt a process of reform. So sustainability and not being blocked by people raising the specificities of a country. Lebanon has a lot of specificities, but again, it shouldn't be a way or a mean or a reason to block a reform process. So these are the two main ideas I wanted, because I need to be quick. But I also will say to Marie-Claude Najem that I obviously will be react positively to the initiative she's taking, and when I will be back in Beirut, we will address this new initiative, and we are all working, all the panelists together in one way or another, each one in his role, to make sure that reforms will continue and that it will be reforms that are for the long term, despite all the war, despite all what the country and the people of Lebanon are suffering today. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. And we almost made it in time, but I would love to see, before we release you all, colleagues also on this lovely online platform, any questions here in the room that we have. It's your last chance. It's very rare that we get such a panel of that niveau, that level, that experience. So please, I see two hands. So that's good. That's good timing. Why don't we start? If you can very quickly introduce yourself. Don't be too polite. Just ask. We're running out of time. Do we have a mic? Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this panel, very interesting. And I'm Laura Wenz, I'm a program specialist on insider mediation in the local action team. And His Excellency, I would have a question, because we work with amazing local peace builders in Lebanon. And we have heard stories from them how they connect in a network, they work on strengthening social cohesion, on building trust with the local communities. They work in the shelters on preventing conflict. And I would be interested in hearing, are there any pathways for like these local networks to be connected to the institutions, to the Ministry of Justice, and especially in the field of mediation? Thank you.
There is a law in mediation that is being now amended. It is clear that Lebanon intends to favor this alternative way of dispute resolution. And we strongly believe that mediation at various levels, there are the level of the individuals and also the level of the country itself on a political side that need to introduce mediation in the mind of the people in the country. So yes, we are planning not only to favor the mediation, but to create the proper platforms to have all these groups working in mediation to be able to join efforts and to be all together promoting mediation in Lebanon. And I would say that it is one of the main objectives, because it is the way to create also the possibility for the citizens and for the companies and for the private sector to build their own solutions. And this is very important, because when you are building confidence, you expect people building also solutions. So yes, our intention is to favor and to create the proper platform to have all these efforts or this dynamism put together.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, distinguished panelists, for this very, very insightful remarks that you've shared with us this afternoon. My name is Revai Olbeck, and I'm the Global Lead for Rule of Law, Justice and Security with the UNDP team based here in New York. My question, Honorable Minister, and also to the Member of Parliament, relates to the issue around financing. We do know that you have competing priorities that relate, of course, to livelihoods, to the crisis that the country is facing. Perhaps my question then relates to how are you able to prioritize the aspects around all these foundational and structural issues around rule of law, human rights, protection, and access to justice, vis-a-vis the other priorities around livelihoods, around access to services that the people are clamoring for within the current context of Lebanon? Thank you.
I would have intended to keep the answer only to my friend Georgia S., so it would be the easier way for me to deal with your question. But all what I can tell you is that it's not a matter of priorities, it's a matter of existence. If we don't have a rule of law, if we don't protect the human rights, all the other aspects of life will not be protected. You cannot have the proper support to all the basic services if behind this you don't have a rule of law and you are not putting away arbitrariness. Because, as I said in French, I will repeat it in French, l'arbitraire est une bête immonde. So it kills any service that you can provide, because when you don't have the rule of law, the services you are talking about will not get to the proper persons in need, because the rule of law is not here to protect the weak against the strength or the force. I don't know if George wants to say something.
Tout à fait d'accord, je suis tout à fait d'accord et je continue là où Monsieur le ministre a terminé. Le manque de services, le manque de n'importe quelle commodité au Liban est un résultat du manque de l'état de droit. Donc, on n'a plus d'électricité au Liban parce qu'on a eu une régression en état de droit. On n'a pas pu financer correctement le secteur de l'énergie. On n'a pas pu recevoir des recettes à pied d'égalité entre tous les Libanais. Ce n'est pas tous les Libanais qui payent leurs taxes et leurs impôts par manque de pouvoir ou bien par manque de capacité de sécurité. il y a des îlots au Liban où l'État ne peut pas exercer son pouvoir ou bien sa puissance ou bien son autorité vis-à-vis tous les citoyens. Permettez-moi de reprendre la parole pour dire que ce qui manque au Liban maintenant, c'est pas les hommes ni les institutions, c'est le mode de gouvernance. Et c'est un manque total de système. Nous avons le devoir imminent de restaurer nos institutions, de faire une feuille de route, un plan stratégique de réforme, parce que ce qui m'inquiète le plus en tant que citoyen et en tant que parlementaire, c'est le day after. Le day after, à mon avis, doit être comblé de réformes. Sinon, on va sortir d'une crise pour pénétrer dans une autre. Donc, cette feuille de route, ou bien ce plan stratégique avec des initiatives bien claires, avec des KPI, et, à mon avis, un exercice qu'on pourrait faire en partenariat avec les organisations internationales. Commençons, par exemple, par faire un mapping de toutes les conventions internationales à laquelle le Liban devrait adhérer et que les années de crise et de guerre nous ont empêchés de réfléchir proprement à ce volet. Pourquoi pas la Convention de Rome, l'ICC, par exemple. Je donne un seul exemple. Il faut moderniser les institutions elles-mêmes. Et là, c'est un autre volet de partenariat avec UNDP, avec toutes les autres organisations. Je fais référence à une expérience qui a été faite au Guatemala avec la CICIG, la Commission internationale contre l'impunité au Guatemala, qui a été instaurée par l'ONU en 2006, si mes souvenirs sont exacts, et qui a beaucoup aidé le gouvernement de Guatemala à l'époque de surmonter des défis qui sont assez similaires aux nôtres, dans la mesure où la justice au Guatemala à l'époque n'était pas à la hauteur de faire face à tous les défis qu'elle faisait face. Donc, il y a beaucoup d'expériences internationales auxquelles je tiens à débattre ouvertement avec nos partenaires de UNDP au Liban. Et je crois que cette pause qu'on a fait aujourd'hui, cette évaluation, ce self-assessment qu'on a fait est très primordial. Le Justice Forum, je répète, a été un succès vraiment sur lequel on doit fournir et bâtir pour l'avenir. Et je crois que de part et d'autre, on a toutes les bonnes intentions pour continuer notre collaboration et pour arriver à refaire du Liban un État de droit en Moyen-Orient. Merci beaucoup.
Parfait. Parfait. Merci beaucoup.
Je peux juste ajouter.
Tout à fait.
So everybody noticed the problem between the government and the parliament. When the parliament speaks in French, the government speaks in English, and when and the contrary. I just have to mention that we are doing the mapping regarding all the international treaties, and there are also the possibility to adhere into a number of treaties that are being under study today. I fully support what MP Georgia has said. about the importance, to continue to work on the platform that UNDP created with the support, financial support of the European Union, because it is really a very efficient forum, and it is new in Lebanon to have this participative platform, and it's very important for us. And thank you very much for all of you for being there and supporting us.
Monsieur le Ministre, Monsieur Okaïs, Madame Najim, Monsieur Martinos, dear Blerta, there is no way to summarize this incredibly rich panel and the experience and maturity that was here today during this panel. So I don't even try, because it was so, I would say it was such a powerful case, demonstration and model of showing, I think, two things. As you said earlier, without the rule of law, without access to justice, without justice, there is no state. Without state, there is no functioning government. And it was a clear, again, powerful show of force, the linkage between academia, parliament, the government, the state, bringing in civil society and the UN, that have to pull together to ensure that institutions are stabilized, supported, and help the state to exist. Without an existing state, there is nothing citizens can rely on. So I think the Lebanese model is such a powerful one that shows that despite all challenges, against all odds, you can't wait for this to happen. You can't wait to strengthen institutions and bring the support. Because as was said repeatedly by the speakers, it's not a sequential process. It's something that has to happen while the bombs are falling, while the crisis is on. I really want to thank you wholeheartedly on behalf of UNDP, the team here, the country office team, for taking so much time, for coming here to New York, and colleagues for joining at such a late hour from Beirut. We listened carefully, and we will make sure that what you shared with us will carry us forward in our work and also continue to influence. Thank you so much, and on this note, we close the session.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, colleagues. And thank you also, Marina, for your wonderful facilitation, and of course, Mr. Minister. We are now closing the first day of the annual meeting. I hope that it has been an inspiring day for you. I've certainly found it very inspiring, from the guidance from our high-level speakers in the morning to our thematic session and to this wonderful session now, focusing on how those global principles we speak about can be operationalized in very tough and complex realities. And thank you again. We will reconvene tomorrow morning for the second substantive thematic session on human rights and accountability at 8:30. Breakfast will be served before. There is also some refreshments outside for you to find yourself on your way. And I'd like to remind everybody that we have an in-person reception this evening at 5:30 p.m. in Paladinos in Grand Central, directly opposite the Apple Store. And I really hope that you'll be able to join us, where we'll have an opportunity to speak more in person and engage on these important themes. Lastly, I'd like to thank the interpreters for doing a tremendous job today. Thank you very much. Maybe a round of applause for the interpreters. And we'll see you all tomorrow morning. Thank you very much. Thank you.